his Daria rune deck. Call of Cositus. Not a card that I'm used to seeing run in Daria Rune, but it is possible that, as his deck list seems to be very tuned to try to deal with the control matchup, Call of Cositus is a very great card for grinding. Here he has the option to Magic Missile if he's looking to play around an Ancient Elf by depriving it of a few stats, or Conjure Golem puts him on board either way. Because even if he were to reduce the Ancient Elf a little bit, that would just be playing around the damage.
So we have about has Conjure Golem inside.
Mm-hmm. Conjure Golem falls to the Sylvan Justice, which is now leading up to what looks like maybe a very scary Ancient Elf.
It's knowledge I seek.
But he follows by taking the board as much as he can, with Clark in the chat. However, a 5/6 Ancient Elf would definitely force an evolution.
Unbelievable! I'm the Force Protector. Don't hurt me!
Can't even get to use Call of Cositus for this big old Ancient Elf too. That's unfortunate.
Right. Coming second.
He could just Craig.
They're picking on me!
It doesn't look like the Ogler is going to be playable this turn at all.
No.
But Dragon helped to set it up, and though it's not ideal, evolving here does help him not take 5 to the face here.
I mean, he's already at 14, so...
Life's fate is that.
But this is definitely looking rough for him with 2 Finas coming up. It's not going to be difficult to find roaches to finish him off in the next set of about 3 turns.
I'll blow you away!
With that happening, this doesn't really seem like the matchup that Call of Cositus is teched for.
He does manage to pick up Daria, so it's not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
However, it might be a little bit too late though. So what's an out for him? How is he? What cards does he need right now in the next few turns in order to turn this around? Or is
I would
this...
say a big goal for him is to try to get this area down and hopefully be able to push a board with lethal with it right away, because as he's both losing the tempo game and with 2/0 cost Goblin Mages if Goms decides to evolve this onto an empty board, it's not looking likely that he's going to survive the next coming turn or two. As 2 Goblin Mages are now set up for a lot of damage with the Nature's Guidance in hand.
Yep.
Running away is okay!
It looks like he's still forced to play slowly here, as it was very difficult to clear a 5/6 off of that, without either being able to play Daria that turn, or having a good trade into it with Piercing Rune.
Fortunately, Goms is taking advantage of knowing that his hand is not looking too good right now.
Mm-hmm.
This might be
As
lethal,
Daria...
and that's lethal.
Right.
Turn 7.
Impressive. Looks like you won.
And Gom takes
Well,
this.
Mm-hmm. That was a very slow hand to try to play as Daria into this matchup anyways. Not only having a lot of difficulty dealing with the Ancient Elf, but also having a hand that wasn't able to claim the board otherwise.
Now, advantage-wise, does OTK Roach have a good hand over Daria?
In a sort of matchup like this, where both are very aggressive decks, it most likely ends up being handed to the player who is either able to mount a board that's difficult for the other to get over, as both decks can be sometimes a bit strained towards clearing the opponent other than just by using evolution,
Yep.
and cards that do single removal like Piercing Rune. So it looks like Daria Rune's biggest out to that situation was simply to try to find a way to mount a board that could run over the Ancient Elf without losing too much.
Sure.
But he drew his Daria a little bit late, and the Piercing Rune never came in handy there, as Fina having 6 health, and him not having much of a way around it other than Call of Casitis.
Yeah.
He was just a bit too slow in being able to deal with getting OTK'd.
That was a little bit unfortunate. So now we're going to go ahead and move on to the next game. Most of these will be completed or halfway through completed game. So we're going to sneak up on some matches. The next one we're going to be watching is Noir, his waifu, versus Kobayashi.
Right.
And if you can, when you can get their deck list up.
What was the name of the first player again?
I'll let you know in a bit. I gotta get the
Right.
ribbon. Noir
Right.
is waifu is one of them, and then Kobayashi.
We see Kobayashi has taken the classic tournament duo of OTK Roach and Daria Rune, and the same on Noir as well. A very dominant duo in the 2 decks without a ban system that Side Games goes with. Whereas I'm used to seeing players take their Rune decks first, this is going to be a Roach mirror match.
Gobby's feeling hungry.
Both of them playing both the Daria and the OTK Roach. Popular aggro decks.
Don't hurt me.
I see that both lists are running Tia,
Yep.
which is a card that is usually teched to help deal with decks that either mount too much board for Roach to handle before it can get to a combo, or to just find a bit more consistency in having strong plays beforehand.
Hey, let's play. Hey, let's play. Ow! Hey, let's play. Hey,
Other than that, it looks like the early game is just going to be a fairy slugfest here.
the forest is crying for help. You're done for.
Basically, whoever has the most fairy on board gets to go first.
And each side holding cards that the other covets, as an Elven Princess Mage would make this Tia much easier to play, whereas that Elven Princess Mage could also set up for a bit more than just another one.
Yep.
You're done for.
Well, Noir has his first Roach first.
Such negative magic.
Ancient Elf not going to be terribly easy to deal with either.
Yep. This is actually pretty good for Noir right now, seemingly how there's nothing on board. So he has pretty much free reign to just use Roach. Just keep pushing him for damage.
And 12 health is a bit difficult to play from, knowing how much damage that can cause.
Now what I'm a little bit surprised is, instead of... He uses Nature Guidance a little bit early. Instead of saving it so that he can actually OTK on this turn instead. So it seems
This
like...
seems he's going for Tia here.
Yeah. That's probably the reason why. That's so that he can have a...
From the looks of things, his game plan is to win not through merely relying on Roach, but through dealing enough damage through owning the board in this matchup to begin with.
Yep.
Just out-tempoing him all game.
So sparkly. Run away. Hey, let's play. Hey, let's play.
Rolling face and forced to use fairies for as much board as he can but it's not looking likely that he'll survive these coming turns.
Hey, let's play.
And exactly
You're
lethal.
strong.
And Noir takes this one for being more lucky on OTK.
At any
Or
rate,
skilled.
aside from also being able to get to the roaches first to chip in a lot of damage early on, getting the Tia out and forcing his opponent to spend an entire turn using Dance of Death while also being unable to solve the puzzle of taking Tia out as well,
Yep.
gave his opponent a lot to deal with many less options to do so with.
Alright, seems like most of the matches are nearly completed, with just a couple that are left. We're gonna go ahead and check up Mia versus Famous Hate,
Yeah,
which
versus Famous.
is round 2, match 5.
Alright, looks like Mia is bringing a combination of Daria Rune alongside Control Blood here.
Mhm.
A very heavy Control Blood list as well. And Famous Hate also bringing Daria Rune alongside what looks to be Stormhaven.
Ooh, we haven't seen a Stormhaven in a while.
Right, taking 2 Valhallan Generals.
Will rain down upon you. Prepare for defeat.
Also looks like his deck runs a playset of Luxwing Reno instead of Manu, which used to be the popular 2-drop. It looks like they're starting with their side decks here.
So the score right now is a tie game versus
Nothing can get me down.
Interesting, if that's the case. This is actually not a matchup that I'm terribly familiar with. Control Blood as aggro teched as it is nowadays versus Stormhaven, which is not
So-
really the aggro deck.
So sometimes Stormhaven can burst, like what you're seeing right now, and what he's doing is also right, just going phase and healing and all that.
Just perfect.
And all Famous has to do is just keep pumping out the amulets, and hopefully synchronize them all enough so that he can keep pressuring, pushing out more damage. By turn 6, he would have the card called either
Garuda?
Garuda and the other one, the new card, the
Valhallan General.
Valhallan. Thank you. With that, which also means that he can burst out more damage to close it up. Unfortunately, Mia manages to get the Righteous Double out, so he gets the heal. From the looks of
He was
things,
playing
Just smart little thing.
He was playing extremely aggressively,
Yeah.
evolving his first Falcon to just go face here.
he would need. It's either or. Although I prefer if he had saved it and just went phase and timed it so that he would have everything all at once to go phase. But now that it's already like turn 7, he's not able to burst. And at the moment he's going to have to deal with the stronger side of
Right.
Control Blood.
It looks like he may have been making the call that he might not be able to win the game if it got up this late.
Yep.
And so he was going face with everything he had in an all-in attempt. Because it's very difficult to expect Control Blood to not be holding anything with Vengeance that could punish that kind of aggression.
So
It's
another
Valhallan General coming in handy for a double trade here.
So another thing with Valhalla is that it's really good when Flame Tiger is out and you're able to make it into a huge 7/7 without, evoing it. Which means a lot of the times what you just saw right there, forcing your opponent to use excess amount of answers to get rid of it.
You've gotta see me dance.
Out of evolves, but still with plenty of aggressive options, but this is also where Control Blood really begins to reach a oppressive amount of very powerful late game cards.
Yep.
I obey the Lord's will.
Ooh, he picks up another Valhallan, and if he, like, based on this hand, it's gonna Temptress this. And I don't... He's gonna definitely start playing the Valhalla on this and just push for phase. Or trade.
Over so soon.
I guess he's afraid of knowing that if he's playing a control deck, there would be a way to get rid of us, so trading kind of makes sense. Which means that he would have had to board.
It looks as though he was playing around Vengeance, however, without the Evolve.
Yep.
I'm not sure Control Blood traditionally has much to play around other than Revelation and Righteous Devil. But a Bane minion would be very difficult for him to deal with, since he's also out of Evolves.
Yep.
And his Storm options are looking limited or delayed.
Yeah. So, like Mofu just mentioned, this is starting the oppressive sort of thing. It's not too bad that he does get to push in 3 more damage, but these 2 ward, if he didn't have that, he would have won there. Or almost
Or at least
won.
he would have been one off.
It would have been 1 off, but it would have been
Judging
close.
from the opponent's hand, he's actually pretty strained to play defensively here.
Yep.
My beauty, let me use your blast.
Oh. I guess he's not afraid of this just yet.
Right. Deciding not to enhance Call of Casitas in order to keep his health as high as it can. Ooh,
Oh no, 1 off lethal.
very, very close.
Very.
Decides to make the trade regardless. Perhaps to have the sturdiest board that he can here.
Ooh. And then
Revelation is going to save him, but his 3rd Garuda would do it here.
Will he get it? No, unfortunately.
Nothing can get me down.
Unfortunately, Luxwing Reno, looking at a hand of 4 very beefy removal cards.
Lethal board.
Alright, Tempo Odin setting up lethal, and another Luxwing Reno.
So famous hate. Wins.
That was a very impressive amount of damage he was able to put out that game to keep Control Blood so low the entire time. But it's possible that that initial attempt to burst his opponent down during, like before the Dire Bond had healed all the way back up, it's possible that that call was the punish of the Righteous Devil there. Seems to have not only been difficult for him to deal with what remained of it, but also it extended the game up to a point with as much healing as he had in the next coming turns after that, to make that one really difficult to win with anything short of a Garuda top deck.
So right now we should be getting close to end of round of 2. So we'll be on a short, almost shortish break. We have 2 matches left. We have Alice Pudding, which seems to be done. They just need to input their score. And then we have Void 666 versus Corollo. And it seems like Void 666 versus Corollo might just have started. Which I don't know why they... Okay. Well, we'll see how they are.
Would that be Corollo, or...?
Corollo, Void, and Void 666.
Alright. Corollo playing Aggro Shadow alongside Daria Rune. Oh, interesting. So both of these players bring Daria Rune, and aside from that, there's Aggro Shadow as well as Seraph Haven. Oh, maybe I had the wrong Corollo open.
Fighting and despair all you know? You must die.
Another Haven player. This one is more, what, Seraph?
Right. It looks like this is actually Control Sword. I'll bring up his deck list now. His Control Sword deck list looking actually similar in weight to the other one we saw, but this one packing 2 Cyclone Blades, as well as Leonidas for the late game.
Bow to the gourmet emperor.
Control Sword traditionally struggles in this matchup, because even with Albert, the turns on which Control Sword tries to finish the game with high burst damage tends to be just around when Seraph is finished.
Let me show you something. You're done for.
Time to just evolve Prism Priestess here instead of respecting the ultimate carrot with an immediate Blackened Scripture.
Sky Knights, prepare for battle.
You're done for.
A little blood won't stop me.
We see another Albert being evolved on turn 5 by Control Sword, seeing that it is the beatdown in this matchup.
The real battle begins.
So this
Going to
is
force
the
an
end.
evolve and trading twice plays around the Aurelia.
This will be done in a jiffy.
Bow to the gourmet emperor.
And there are 2 carrots now. Seems like Control Sword in general, so far, has been testing attack with the ultimate carrots.
There's so many of them. Like they put Kai'Sa in almost every deck so far, as from what I've seen, especially in control decks.
Let us conclude.
I remember Japanese players very often had Kai'Sa in their Control Sword deck lists early in the expansion.
Yeah. I think the NA portion now just catches up on using Kai'Sa in theirs.
Mm-hmm. One very good thing about this tech for his list is that Ultimate Carrot can somewhat band-aid a problem that Control Sword has had, which is always having a cheap minion in hand for a later turn to play on the same turn as Cyclone Blade against aggro decks.
Leave this to me. The darkness.
We'll never surrender.
You'll never touch
It's
me.
looking good having all these defensive stuff and being able to spam out some card, pump up some creatures. Of course, every single one of them gets Blackened Scriptured.
That was a very decent looking board as he didn't have to commit too many resources to it.
Yeah.
Amelia being able to mount almost equivalent to an Elwida's command by herself. But unfortunately, Blackened Scripture is now taken away both of his carrots.
It looks like these double Aurelias is gonna get answered with
Right.
Themis or a
He
Tribunal.
decides he doesn't need it.
Who needs it, right? I'm just gonna pump out creatures.
May you rest in peace.
It looks like Void is just pumping out creatures so that he doesn't get overwhelmed by all the creatures right now.
Right, it's turn 10, and even though he has not yet found a Seraph, Control Sword is also very much struggling to get any damage in through trying to play aggressively.
Oh no.
2 Themuses now. Considering Control Sword doesn't really run Advent Blader or any way to refresh their hand now,
Yep.
he's sort of at the mercy of whatever he's able to draw.
What in the...
Hey, he managed to do 3 damage though. And there it goes, back on full.
And the Tribunal, taking out the Fanged Blade Slayer.
Yeah.
Though, with him playing the other this turn, it doesn't look like that's going to matter.
Welcome home, sir.
I will abide.
This front guard general, or this pair of front guard generals, actually, not going to be the easiest to deal with. Especially seeing as he actually does not yet have Seraph. He's been using the combo pieces to break Seraph on making sure the field is clear.
Strength and beauty together. Let me ease your pain.
Strong possibility Control Sword actually managed to grind out through this game.
And there's the finally in his statue Seraph.
He
Alright.
finds Seraph, but with only 1 combo piece in hand. There is a lot of bursts that Control Sword can mount with this board, especially with Albert usually being run at 3 in this deck.
Yep. And that's
Second Seraph.
unfortunate. Alright, is Is he able to do enough damage? He just need to... Oh,
There is Albert.
There's Albert.
And without a way to answer Albert here, unless he can draw a board
Card,
clear,
card.
or a way to finish off the Seraph. Ooh, just a Snake Priestess.
That's the game.
That was a very traditional looking game for Control Sword as a deck that tends to grind out games rather than find any particular win condition for them.
Yep. So Corolla takes the win for the swords. This should be the last match, and
Is the client doing okay there?
yep, the client seems to be doing alright. And Corolla taking the victory. So now we're going to be moving on with the bracket. We're going to be moving on with round 3, guys. So stick around. Alright. So, do you have the list of the rounds? Which ones do you want to see?
Let's
Round 3.
see. Round 3, let's see who made it this far. We see some of the players that have won before are still at it.
Try to choose quickly.
Right, I am going to use a little bit of bias with my friend Solek here. I'd like to see a game from him.
Oh. Really?
Solek being a good friend of mine,
Alright.
as well as one of the people who inspired me to start streaming and casting.
That's good. So what number is he? What match number?
Let's see, that would be... Where did I see him?
Oh, 15.
Right. Solek versus Nier.
So Nier has been here in this tournament a couple of times as well. Nier 1337, or Elite. I believe this is his second or third time. His placement hasn't... I don't think he's ever reached top 16, but he's gotten quite close a couple of times. He's going with
very interesting and... Oh, sorry.
He's going with the metal picks, which is usually Sword and Daria, or OTK Roach and Daria. Because everybody runs Daria, right?
Believe it or not, this time he's taking Runecraft, but he's running Dirt Rune.
Dirt Rune. Okay, so
Right.
a little bit more control side.
Into a very heavy amount of control win conditions with Olivia and Prince of Darkness. Solek with the more traditional duo of OTK Roach and Tempo Rune.
Right.
Solek running a very aggressive variant of Tempo Rune, of OTK Roach as well, using Elf Knight Cynthia, which I haven't seen in a while.
Really? Wow. Yeah. Although I would say Elf Knight Cynthia is a pretty big body, and you don't really see that often because it's difficult to play it on just, what, turn 6? Turn 6 is usually for Will of the Forest too, so...
Has Forestcraft received any new 6 drops for that slot? Maha's, right?
Not really that great, fortunately.
OTK Roach really doesn't see itself as the deck to play Maha's. That would be the Wolf Bolts that I've seen Railgun run in tournaments, but no one else.
Yeah. So like with that 7 wins, he's probably asking people to join his room. It's okay as long as he's posting up pictures.
Solek advancing 7-0 here.
He's predicting the future. Fortunately, he dropped out of the C/OCE. Fortunately, his first round was 2-1. But it seems like he's getting better luck on this one.
Right. And I can understand that it would be difficult for a player to make it in time and be able to dedicate a day to playing in 2 tournaments at once.
Yeah. Especially one is early in the morning for him and then really late in the evening. So I'm gonna go ahead and update this. Solik versus Nier 1337.
I guess you're looking for a fight.
So the first game we're going to see from these two players is the Daria rune versus the aggro sword. I feel like whenever discussions happen about the game's metagame, these are two decks that very often butt heads, as people argue that aggro sword is a counter to this, or a deck that at least is able to put up a very fair fight against Empire Rune. Stats, however, are inconsistent, so we'll just see how these players are able to play out this matchup.
Gobby's feeling hungry.
Daria in hand in a lot of ways to spell boost. It looks like Solik has a strong opener. However, there's also a very shapely curve coming in from aggro sword here.
Leave this to me.
Looking rough for Solik as well, missing turn 2 entirely against an aggro deck. But looks like the best he can do is play Clark here, which has a body able to trade into both of the first two minions.
The battlefield awaits.
But aggro sword looking like going second, having a
Unbelievable.
curve into Floral Fencer, and the Albert to follow that on turn 5 is going to be a lot of damage within the first 5 turns.
Meanwhile, Solik.
Meanwhile, Solik's still durdling just a little bit.
Yep.
Going first, unfortunately, against Sword means that it's going to be that much longer until he can do anything about this board with an evolution, even with Levi and Piercing Rune in his opening hand.
Yeah, not really much that he can do about, fortunately.
But he throws the Piercing Rune, understanding that his life is very much forfeit here. But judging from the looks of things, this Floral Fencer will be able to mount a bit of additional damage, in that Levi is able to answer the remaining body of the 4-5 should it trade here with Crimson Sorcery, and he himself can remove 2 damage as well, but his opponent's turn 5 will still, ahead of all of that, be enough to half-shot him from 14. But decides to use the Goblin instead to keep Floral Fencer a bit more difficult to clear.
I think Time Warden is gonna be played, most likely. This allows him to Evo, get a Crimson Sork.
Though because of that Goblin trade, taking care of that 4-5 body is not actually going to be easy for Levi to do by himself.
Yeah. Just, what would you do?
Surely Levi is still going to be the option here. It's possible that he'll forfeit the body of Levi and the Blade Mage after playing the Crimson Sorcery to clear 2 minions.
Yep.
Because Dance of Death is just simply looking too slow here. And there's not much he can get immediately this turn by playing this Daria with all of his mana. Well, play points.
And unfortunately, that 4-5 will probably just stick around. He wants to have a creature on board still.
I'm just a mage who's as old as dirt.
The play that allows him to survive this turn with the most life would be to use the Crimson Sorcery on the 2-2 and trade the Blade Mage and Levi body. And, well, maybe I'm not seeing what Solik was seeing there actually. He can just use the Blade Mage to trade, in fact, though this has a very similar result.
Yep. This is actually a better play too, in a sense that allows him to have a higher body versus that 1-1.
Right.
Albert is going to be in there to perhaps clean it up, or Quick Blader Fencer.
Right. Albert, while very aggressive here, is going to walk into a Dance of Death.
Yep. I was going to say
Which is a big
Fencer
revival.
Veteran.
Fencer Veteran playing around that much more elegantly.
And this doesn't allow him to
Leave this to me.
keep his. This does allow him to keep his evos.
Mm-hmm. Though Solek might be able to take tempo back here, as he has Daria spell boosted down to where he has 2 play points left over for whatever he draws.
A little bit of a thinking process here, probably trying to think what he could be possibly playing next.
Mm-hmm.
Although turn 6 in general is a good Daria turn.
Right.
So he might be planning.
Looks like the process of decision making he has to go for here is whether he wants to all in with this hand coming up, as his hand is entirely made of Storm. If he makes the call that he won't be able to survive coming up, or he could trade as so, in order to try to win out with what he has left on board.
Yeah. Goodbye to all those Dance of Death.
Indeed, it looks like there just was not time to play them, as Albert never came out. So there is the possibility, if he's trading, that he sees that his hand is 3 points of damage from Storm. You can get one more hit in, or just use an evolution on one of them. If he can somehow survive until turn 9, we'll see a Control Sword finish from Aggro Sword. As for otherwise, 14 is a very difficult number for Sword to reduce to 0 after the initial burst phase up to turn 5 and 6 is over.
Ooh, he picks up a Dance of Death, so that's actually pretty good to get rid of it. Heck, he might even start evoing and just go all in phase.
Right, this is a lot of damage, and that Daria did not pull much for Solek to work
There's no
with.
time for you slugs.
No! Unbelievable!
In range for Albert now, even despite the clear, this is looking rough. As I don't believe, aside from summon Ice Form,
Yep.
which I'll check now if he runs it, and he does not. So he's strained out of an answer for Albert here.
Doesn't look good for Solek's first round.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be long now.
It's just like back in the old days.
Should have been quicker.
Fortunately, he has to play defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Looks like this game, Daria, despite giving him a very convincing card advantage, and he concedes, seeing that there is an evolve left and he's dead to a lot of things.
Which is also very hard for him to come back to.
Right. Knowing the enemy's deck runs 3 Alberts, it's very unlikely it makes it to turn 7 without at least seeing one.
Yep.
Or in the time that it would take him to kill his opponent anyway, with the slow hand that he got from Daria.
Next up, we'll be seeing mirror matches, possibly.
Mm-hmm. Admittedly, I am very interested in seeing Nier's Sturgeon play, as not a deck I'm used to seeing brought to tournaments, but a deck I am a very big personal fan of.
Yeah, especially with Dino T's Earthright runes. It's actually his one of his most interesting deck that he would bring into a tournament. He can go from like aggro snowmans to Earthrights, but never touch D-Shift,
Let's see you
Right.
in action.
which is the archetype he hates the most.
If it's a player that refuses to play something because he just simply doesn't enjoy playing it, then that's very respectable.
Yep.
But this is a very interesting Earthright list, to say the least. It looks very heavily teched against control, 3 petrifications would give it a good Seraph matchup. It has one copy of Alchemist's Workshop. It runs a copy of Sun Oracle Pascal as well.
Yep.
So it looks like this deck list goes very wide in terms of its win condition. Gets the Scrap Golem up as soon as possible.
It'll work this time, maybe.
In general, the Earthright mechanic struggles to deal with the amount of pressure that Daria is able to put on the board, if it can't find a copy of Calamitous Curse by the time Daria has gone off.
Knowledge I seek.
But running 3 Dwarf Alchemists, it's very likely he'll be able to see it before too long. Red Hot Ritual killing Witchette, but it doesn't look like he also has the ability to clear a 2-3 here, so he just plays another taunt. Well, ward.
Too much Hearthstones.
Right. It's been so many years that I'm so used to calling it by that name.
Yeah.
Atone with your lifeblood.
Trading with the Clark, deciding not to all in with his aggression.
Now, what would he be concerned about?
Be mean.
Well,
Would he
it's
be expecting
possible.
this?
You're done for.
As for Remy and Rami, I'm not sure, as a lot of deck lists of Earthbright have been cutting this card. It's possible that Solek could just be playing around every rune deck having access to Piercing Rune, as we see this deck does play Time Mage Levi. It could also have Dwarf Alchemist into it.
Yep.
So it's possible he didn't go face because he was afraid of putting in 2 damage, but not taking Levi off the board, and just losing whatever board he mounts over it.
No.
Playing the Witchette, so next turn he might possibly be playing or adding both the Daria and the Ogler.
Mm-hmm. A lot of pressure coming down, considering that this is a very difficult turn for Nier here.
Yeah.
His only real tempo play being Levi.
And even then, he can also, if he wants, fit a Petrification, but and save the Crimson, but that's not likely anyways. It's just one of those options.
Well, failure's nothing.
Or he could decide to just leave it as that.
Right.
Okay.
Not going to be greedy with the burn spell. Tries
Yep.
to keep his health as high as possible.
Jellic Knife for 1 additional damage.
Right.
He
And making
also
him
get-
able to.
Yeah. What?
I'm sorry. And making him also able to dump the entirety of his hand before the Daria here. But conserving some mana rather than playing the Ogler to see what he can get.
And that, well, it's not too bad. He gets to Craig the Daria. So
Mm-hmm.
either that or Magic Missile to see what he gets. Use it for later. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Levi number 2. Found, and this hand looking similar to the hand we saw before, where Dance of Death can sometimes just be a bit too slow, but it's looking like a good answer for this Professor of Taboos, which is just going to drop onto the board like a bomb here.
Which also, for those of you who don't know, when any creature dies, it turns into a zombie on his turn. And his other effect that if there's an Earthright, it consumes 1 to destroy any creature randomly, and then summons a zombie.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes it very swarmy.
Mm-hmm. And it covers a lot of ground at the same time, not only clearing the opponent's board, but creating his own that is very difficult to deal with.
Yep.
All in just 1 card.
I'm just a mage who's as old as dirt.
It
It's
won't
like
be long
this
now.
board state's going to force the Levi out to try to
Just
clear
like
it.
back in the old days. I'm all
Juno might be going to be played,
Mm-hmm.
which allows him to get a Guardian Golem, and at the end of turn, gets another one.
Looks like this factory of golems is going to be very difficult for Solek to deal with without evolves remaining.
Yep. He also picks up his 3rd Time War Mage Levy.
all tuckered out.
Going first, however, it looks like it's just going to be fodder for the discard here.
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, this magic will help.
Will he play the Daria though? That's the question.
With a bang and a boom.
He's most likely forced to, considering these Guardian Golems going to be both aggressively and defensively useful. As 10 life is not much to work with.
And also the kind of cards that he has at the moment isn't going to help him.
Right. So like not really finding much with Daria these past few games.
Meanwhile, Nier he's having all the answer he needs. He has an Odin to clear out the 5/5, and he can simply just go phase and ignore the Craig.
Mm-hmm.
Making Solik dwindling in HP as the turn goes by.
His last 2 draws have been slow with 2 cards which usually require evolves to really see the best use, but it looks like with what he has left on the board, Solak is going to lose if he tries to ground.
Yep.
No!
More golems.
With a magic missile, he can take care of a single one, and then he's going to need to find a way to clear 1 more if he wants to survive lethal this turn.
Yep.
Blade Mage single-handedly not quite doing it. But looks like Kaleidoscopic Glow. Not going. I forgot for a second whether the golems were costed as 2 or not, but I don't believe so.
And looks like Solik fortunately gets 2-0'd in round 3. But he still has a chance to get to top 16. So all he needs to do is just win out the others.
Right.
So that was one of the rounds from one of the matches from round 3. We're gonna go ahead and start choosing out the others that we can try to catch. Just to update, Balain won against Goms 2-0. Just a quick update. He is currently 3-0 and leading the current standing. Followed by Stalwart, Plaza, Death Runner, Ritoko, Otoko, and Jew Hobo. Interesting name. Some of the other scores hasn't been updated yet, but we'll see them quite soon. So the next match we'll be watching is Lord Hisu versus Sai or Sea Shark, which is match number 2.
Is Lord Hisu the name he uses in the submitted deck lists? I'm having a little bit of trouble finding him.
He is... Yep, Lord Hisu instead of exactly on the deck list. Is it also missing?
Yeah, I'm having trouble finding it. However, I can pull up Sea Sharks.
Yep.
Or Ciades. But Ciades is entering this tournament playing what looks like an OTK Roach deck alongside a Seraph Haven.
Right now the score is tied. We'll be seeing their last and final match.
Right.
So we'll be seeing Haven
I guess you're looking
versus
for a fight. Is fighting
Rune.
and despair all you know?
So let's just talk about between the 2 decks that we're watching right now, which is Daria, probably 3D shift? No, Daria. It's looking very D shift.
It's actually, it's very ambiguous with this hand, but oh, we see the Craig, so.
Yep. And the Haven playing probably the Alana Seraph archetype.
Often I see Haven deck lists tech as anti-aggro as possible to try to survive this, but this deck list is missing the ancient Lion Spirits. Most likely no room for them when it's trying to play 2 strategies at the same time.
Yep.
But going second and having the Cudgel, even though he's dropped low very quickly, Cudgel will give him board back, and he has a lot of healing coming up.
Yep.
I see, awake then.
With a bang and a boom!
The first Daria comes out unluckily discarding another one. Oh, Flame Destroyers in this deck list.
How do you feel about Flame Destroyers in Daria decks?
Flame Destroyer...
You're done for.
They're like 50 and 50 in some cases. I've seen them around plenty of time in ladder. Tournament-wise, what do you think?
Let's see, admittedly I've lost 2 Flame Destroyers before in a way that on ladder can be quite cheesy, but I think they can serve a very distinct purpose in tournaments, in that where a lot of decks may be teched with board clears like Ancient Lion Spirit and the like that do damage rather than full destruction, Flame Destroyer has a very beefy body that can force a much slower response like Dance of Death, while the rest of the deck manages to just go face, as we can see him doing now.
Yep.
Even in this scenario, were he to play it, that would force a Themis, which he no longer has.
Insight into another insight. Not giving him a lot of cards that he needs.
Mm-hmm.
But he is almost dead, so...
Yeah. Flame Destroyer actually serving a very strong purpose there. Having used his Themis, he actually was not able to find an answer to a 7/7 body.
Yep. Which means that Lord Hisu wins.
On the back of a Flame Destroyer attack.
And that was quite a fast match.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what other matches that are still ongoing?
Let's see, are we still spectating round 3, or are these matches just about finished?
Yeah, that match is about finished. Just trying to look around to see if there are other matches running around. We also have Gazinger versus No Way It's Jay. No Way It's Jay has been around for a little bit as well. So, however, Gazinger seems like a new player to the scene.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be watching on the perspective of No Way It's Jay.
Right. I have their deck lists now. It looks like Gazinger is bringing another Storm Haven deck. This time it seems a bit teched against Runecraft with 3 Shrine Knight Maidens.
Ooh.
Coming with Holy Mages teched as well. On the side of that, it looks like he's running the Wolf Bolt OTK. The first time we'll have seen that from Forestcraft this tournament.
Oh, looks like their matches just got done. Never mind, we won't be able to watch it. So much for that.
I see. Unfortunate.
Alright. They're just gonna go ahead and report the score. Seems like most of them are pretty much done. Imperator versus Truth SV. Match number 43. And the score is 0-1, in favor of Truth.
Mm-hmm.
I think both of these players are quite new to the scene.
Right. Truth looking like he is running a Nephthys Shadowcraft deck alongside a Wolf Bolt OTK, and Imperator bringing a list for OTK Roach with 3 Keen Enchantments in it for a lot of all-in damage here, and also running what looks like a Control Haven deck that does not run Seraph. Here it looks like we'll be seeing the Haven versus the Wolf Bolt.
One of the player Truth SV playing Shadow, which is a unpopular choice in tournaments. However, this is probably just my own bias that it still has some potential in the tournament. Pulsing Fairy, that's a new card.
Right.
So what are the reasons why he would be using the Waltzing Fairy in this kind of deck?
I'm wondering what sort of 3-drop would Waltzing Fairy be taking the place of?
My king.
That would be
Especially... Right, Goblin Mage. But it looks like because this is Wolf Bolt, he's trying to play a card that, rather than specifically working just with Roach, can help to fill his hand for the Wolf as well.
Your evil deeds end now.
You're done for.
Unfortunately, it gets taken care of the Cudgel.
Only able to get him 1 fairy there.
Yep.
May the forest be at peace. May
Two Fairy Whisperer is going to refill his hand size right back up though.
You're done for. So sparkly.
So looking like he's going to struggle to find something to do on turn 6 with a Tia in his hand.
So it seems like the only way out of this, especially if this is a Guardian Satan deck, is that he will need to play Silverbolt to win in the game.
Not running Seraph gives Haven a lot of leeway to play a wealth of defensive cards and many taunts, like Temple Defender. So as we can see, he's actually already thrown away one of his roaches to deal with one of said taunts. A massive Ancient Elf coming out though.
Ooh, Sledgehammer is a very good counter against Ancient Elf.
A 3-cost card, playable on curve with Prism Priestess or Unico. Able to single-handedly deal with that.
When Sledgehammer is involved, it can just straight up destroy any follower. But of course the stats remain the same.
I'm sorry, Tia.
So we see the Tia come out on turn 6. Unfortunately, it won't survive this field for any potential reuse with Ancient Elf.
Oh, Serpent King.
Also, it looks like
May the forest be
he chooses not to play the Wolf here, as it is unable to find a minion to crash itself against.
force protector.
Goes for an Ancient Elf instead and decides he's not going to be using roaches to win this game, so he sends another one into one of the wards.
Hey, let's play. My king.
Interesting that Imperator should choose to run a playset of Prism Priestesses here in a non-Seraph based Haven deck. It looks like Sacred Plea is actually the only amulet in the deck aside from Guardian Sun that it's meant to tutor.
I obey the Lord's will.
Karate going to restore a lot of this damage, but now he has...
Hey, let's play.
Oh, sorry, as I was looking away from
let's
the deck
play.
list.
It does pick up a Silver Bull, but I mean, from the looks of things, he can just go face.
Your evil deeds
A hefty
end
silver
now.
bolt, but he has to address the fact that he's taking a beatdown from this board.
Such negative magic.
And just as I say that, he gets a Fairy Beast, which will restore a lot of this. And with the perfect body to be able to deal with the Priest of the Cudgel here.
Silver Bull getting. Oh my!
Ooh.
Ooh, that's unfortunate too. Mainly because Curate is played and he can just smash into that,
What in the
which allows him to get a second Silver Bolt. So now he just needs to push at least.
Pushing 2 damage going to be easier said than done here though.
Yeah, with all these boards though, it's pretty. I don't know.
Game very undecided at this point in fact.
Yeah.
Going to cycle for some more options here rather than just let them go immediately. It looks like Mahez can give him that 2 damage he needs.
My king.
Very nice.
The Control Haven having played so aggressively with its heals here, but it can find another one with Radiance Angel.
Picks up an Odin, which is actually a pretty good answer to get rid of the Mahis.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the
Ooh.
force protector.
Or he gets the Mahis back for another attempt.
But it gets destroyed though, because he didn't play another creature. So now he can't get it back.
Be very awkward for him, considering his current game plan. Prince of Darkness as well, so he has a very guaranteed explosive coming set of turns.
Yep.
That said, understanding that
I'm gonna rest.
he only is 2 damage short of being taken out by a Silver Bolt, we'll see Imperator going for the trades here.
Let's play. Let's play.
gonna have to play that Tia.
One unfortunate thing about having to make this play is that Tia taking 2 fairies out of his hand, his Silverbolt damage is decreasing in order to get tempo.
Insane gets played with another word.
Unfazed by this board because of how easy it is to trade into for him.
I'm sorry, Tia. Shine on, Crystals.
Just to be safe, trading into fairies. Defensive Silverbolt. Considering that his early game used up his roaches just to trade into wards, it's going to be difficult to mount a convincing win condition after this point.
An impressive 6 damage from the
Right.
roach with all those fairy costs.
But that 6 damage going to be healed right back up with Thesis Damnation. Second Silverbolt coming out to clear the ward. Looks like the only game plan left for him is to win this through summoning creatures and hitting him, but just to be safe, trades the 8/8 ward body now into the last roach,
Forest is crying for help. Hey,
knowing his opponent is very strange to find anything.
you'll never get near the princess.
Astaroth's Reckoning decides to heal up just in case there's any more burst left, instead of immediately staking it all on the Astaroth.
No, stop.
Even though he decided not to take the risk there, but Astaroth's Reckoning would have put him under a range where Dees would have gotten him past the healing of a Fairy Beast.
Yep.
Such negative.
Servant of Darkness not made any easier to deal with here though.
Oh, he also gets to pick up another nature guidance, which allows him to utilize Tia once again.
Get near the princess.
It's very good for him considering knowing what's left in the Satan deck. This can put on a lot of pressure and also block the remaining damage from another 2 storms.
Look at this, 43. Why are you not having PTP?
Second 13/13 out. This is usually regarded as the least fortunate draw from the Apocalypse deck, but with Guardian Sun that's not going to be easy to deal with. In
But
fact,
he should still be... Yeah, that's no way he can get that around because... Let's see, he had what, 6 cards in hand?
maybe about that amount, yeah.
Yep.
But he wouldn't be able to play the Will of the Forest and the Tia in the same turn, so it seems he just would not have the 13 damage ready to take it out.
Yep.
The forest is angry.
So now we get a force mirror match. However, one is playing Silverbolt and the other is playing OTK.
Interesting to watch as I don't really have experience playing either of these decks. I'm not sure what's going through the player's head during their mulligan.
It depends on who's first. If the OTK Roach goes first, they should have. Generally, they both can do the same thing to each other. Except that with the Silverbolt, if it gets to by turn 9 and the opponent doesn't have anything, they can win. But I still feel like it should be on Imperator's advantage.
Right. OTK Roach having a much more linear path to its win condition here, but if Wolfbolt is able to slow the game down to the point that the Roaches aren't working, either against Tia Ward,
Yep.
or the like, then Wolfbolt will probably end up winning in the grind match.
And it seems like we're bugged.
Unfortunate.
Let's see where they are.
Maybe this game had just finished, actually.
Yeah. and then that's why the game decided to end. So apparently we didn't get to see it.
Mm. But Imperator looking like he's going to advance with his aggro forest as well as that control haven deck we just saw.
Yep. Sorry guys that you guys couldn't see that. Seems like most of the matches is nearly complete.
Mm-hmm.
We have Flays Hell versus Choose Calm Laser, but I'm pretty sure they're almost done.
Mm-hmm.
We also have Medaka for the win versus Riken. Seems like their match is just about to get started. But we'll go ahead and watch this one. See if it ends up being a tie.
Versus Riken.
Oh,
Alright, I'll just pull up their deck list real quick. Oh, never mind.
Never mind. This is seemingly to be their last match. That's a 1-1.
For the meanwhile, I can pull up the deck lists that they're... Ooh, Sword versus Blood.
Time to get started.
Depending on what kind of blood this is. If it's control blood, should be able to...
This is a control sword deck versus what looks to be a control blood.
It's gonna be an interesting match.
Right, it looks like this control blood is teched a bit with a few interesting cards. Demon Commander Laura, run as a single copy.
I'm powerless.
Also an Alucard in here. And he's teched a couple of Calls of Poseidus in order to deal with these control matchups.
Right.
Whereas this control sword deck list not looking like it's cutting anything for any techs. It's running a very standard defensive list with Amelia and Jinno as its defensive 4-drops, Cyclone Blades, and it seems to finish its curve with 1 Odin and 1 Bahamut. So it'll be interesting to see how this very anti-aggro tech sword list deals with a very beefy control deck.
We'll never surrender. You're done for. Look at me now, father.
Throwing an Amelia here to deal with the 3-4 before you can get value from it.
Sinners be purged.
Right, just double.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he's not under vengeance, so it's just a vanilla 4/7.
Good.
Right. Possibly reading that the evolved her move is just as good here, but its remaining body is easy for Monica to clear up here.
Which also gets to push 1 damage.
Mm-hmm. From the maid leader, the most important commander.
Should have focused. You're safe with me, Captain. It's me, Vania.
Without a revelation in hand, this is actually looking like any aggression that Control Blood is able to put on here is going to be difficult to answer outside of using his last evolve point.
Yeah.
Go, Blood King! Blimey. On my blade, victory
But
and
playing right
prosperity
into
are
Aurelia in the
yours.
meanwhile.
You just think you be.
You'll never touch Amelia.
The Gelt from the earlier played Amelia also finding a way to fit into the curve here.
Joy and grief bind me.
Live long, Amelia. I'm powerless.
Yuria looking pretty good.
Mm-hmm. But this looking like a very
Even
value
better.
Cyclone Blade.
Yep.
Welcome home, sir.
It's possible he chooses not to play around Vengeance as well, seeing one evolve point left and Albert in hand.
Apologies, sir.
Joy and grief bind me.
Can't use Albert just yet, even though he could.
Admiral Monica, reporting for
Your service.
Weapon at the ready, youngling.
However, he does see a way,
It
with an
all
evolution
ends here.
now spent on Monica, to get that 6 damage again to face,
We will meet again.
and clearing Queen Vampire very elegantly in the meanwhile.
Yep.
However, Bahamut,
It's still not going to be enough, unfortunately.
Sky Knight Captain comes right behind that.
Sky Knights, prepare for battle.
I lost.
Saber Strike.
You're tough.
Not BMing by hitting Bahamut once, but Albert had that one secured as soon as Aurelia had reduced him to the point where he either had the choice to heal or
Yep.
clear the board, and doing either would not protect from Albert appropriately.
Waiting for this match to end. Also checking to see. Seems like most of the matches is nearly complete. We are just missing one more, which is Nightingale versus Infinity 623. Once their matches is done. So we're checking out the story between the match number 51, since their rounds were taking a little bit long. However, surprisingly, at least for me, rounds are finishing just in time for everything. It's moving pretty fast.
As I used to watch these tournaments, it's also very rare that I would see something so elegant as a tournament of this size have a lot of its matches ending around the same time.
Yep.
Especially with the polarity of how many control decks are being brought to tournaments here.
Yeah. Well, we did implement that there's a time limit, so people needs to think slightly faster just so that they don't get harassed by the mods.
Right.
Thing is, we have to do things promptly. People do need to be in bed. Players like EU has like a certain time that they need to go to bed. So we just want to complete these matches a little bit sooner, you know, than most. But you know, it's what it's what you can do.
It looks like we got an announcement that round 4 has started. It's possible that that last match has just been submitted.
All right, which they told me. Thanks for letting me know. So we have Imperator versus Stoles. We have Baleen versus Death Runner. Nier versus Noir is Waifu. Ravens 13 versus Hysteria. And Stalwart versus Multiple. I think I'm gonna go ahead and check out what's going on between Baleen versus Death Runner. It seems like they're going straight to their matches quite soon.
Right,
Once
I
Death
have
Runners comes
Runners
in.
list. However, I am not seeing Baleen's list submitted here.
It's fine.
Unless he gets by a different name.
You can check it in the Battlefy to look for it.
Alright.
So we have a Blood versus Blood and Rune versus Death Runners, Rune and Sword.
We're seeing another Control Sword deck list, this one varying slightly from the others in that it runs 2 copies of Art of the Ninja.
That's a card that's rarely used.
Some players may perceive it as too slow, but it does sometimes elegantly fit into the late game game plan that Sword has to win, as turn 8 fits right behind Albert, and a stealth minion for additional damage could give an otherwise very defensive deck a threatening amount of damage.
Interestingly enough, I only run one of those copies in there. Because I also find that there's an argument where this 3-drop does more damage than using Blitz Lancer, in a way. So those 2 cards are replaced around if they're running 2 of. You didn't see any Blitz Lancer, do you?
He's running 2 alongside the 2 Art of the Ninja, so he's deciding to go for both removal 3-drops here.
Okay.
Alongside 3 Novice Troopers, so he has a very, he has 2 rushes, 2 removals, and 3 storms on turn 3. Covering 2, 3, and 4 damage. I know recently Control Sword players have been teching Blitz Lancers because if they choose to play cards like Floral Fencer, which I believe he is running 3 copies here, sometimes playing into Urias will deal too much damage to them, and Blitz Lancer is a very elegant response to him. But aside from that, we're seeing next to Control Sword, he's playing a Daria rune list that may be the first one we've spectated running 2 copies of Summon Ice Form.
I guess you're looking for a fight. You must die!
What we see as opening hand is going to be all of the 3 drops we were just discussing. He tosses 2 of them, namely deciding to keep Novice Trooper. And finding another one right away.
In Suts. This is not too bad. Unfortunately, he did draw into another Daria, which is a little bit unfortunate. But it shouldn't affect him.
Right. So long as he doesn't happen to draw into his 3rd one by the time he manages to play one.
Exactly.
The battlefield awaits.
Then he
That would
would
be very
have...
sorry about that.
That would be very unfortunate, right?
As Daria Rune sometimes, if it is unable to win through pure pressure early on in the game, tossing away all other copies of its reload against a very grindy deck like Control Sword could be very devastating.
Now the whole purpose of Daria is to use her at a low cost while at the same time refilling the board as many times as you can. Hopefully getting the perfect curve with Daria into another Daria into another Daria.
Gets his first evolution. He doesn't have Levi this time around, but Piercing Rune, still a very strong option onto this board. But it looks like with the Magic Missile, he's deciding this board is not worth using his first Evolve on.
Which I agree, because then he can use the Piercing Rune for something else that comes in.
Piercing Rune now fitting very neatly into a curve of Daria next turn.
The battlefield awaits. You wouldn't.
Aggressively plays the Demon Strike just to push him for damage, and unfortunately he does have 3 Daria now, so what are the odds of him playing the 1 Daria and then start winning? What would he need?
Looks like he's able to fit 2 removal spells for Alirdas in here. So in order to get much leeway out of this Daria, if he can swarm the board immediately off of this, it's very fortunate for him, as there's no immediate way to use Cyclone Blade from Control Sword. But doesn't find any more minions here.
No.
Let me ease your pain. This will be done in a jiffy.
That said, this Daria's body alone is not going to be easy to deal with, as he has to evolve a Blitz Lancer.
Nothing easier. I lost? Yeah, right.
This is where we don't usually get to see this, but this is where Daria Rune is really going to have to slow down its game plan, as its resources can no longer be refilled.
Does he run any Fate Sand?
Like back in the old days.
I'll take a look now.
War is such sorrow.
He does not. The only other draw he runs is just copies of Insight to cycle.
Will abide.
This doesn't look too good right now for him.
Seeing this hand is quite difficult for him to play with here, as front guard general. Both it and its resulting body difficult for him to immediately deal with without committing more of this hand that he knows he can't refill.
Yep.
This ends
ends here.
Evolving for face, not wanting to play much further into this game knowing he's running out of resources.
He's going to need to. Mainly because eventually Sword will come back with higher creatures. This is control swords, right? So
right.
we can expect Bahamut's and Odin's to come in.
Mm-hmm. Had the option there of either using Blitz Lancer to clear the board with Cyclone Blade or to spend the Evolve on Floral Fencer to clear one, but not wanting to risk taking a hit from a 3 damage minion alongside all the burn this runs, really decides to go for the Blitz Lancer.
Upside of using Dance of Death though. But that's okay. Ice Form can slow it down, forcing him to delay a turn.
Right. Possible he made that decision, wanting to try his best to mount a minion on the board and protect it, as he doesn't have much damage, or with Dance of Death being the last damage he can play right from hand, he's possibly playing around the possibility of Albert staying on board and being unanswerable.
Okay, so he decides to use the Novice Troopers, that way he can keep it board and does less damage.
Though in terms of trying to play to keep the game grinding, Control Sword actually in a difficult position here, as Lethal is now on board and he's at the mercy of what he can get. This being a very anti-aggro teched decklist as well, he only has one Bahamut to look for. Maybe could get him Albert.
And it did. Unfortunately,
Albert
he can't clear both though.
Not being enhanceable, but for the time being he is safe unless...
Nope.
Inside. Into Demonic
and
Strike.
Demonic Strike. That's unfortunate. And Balin takes the win. Despite that, he doesn't have any more Daria.
Though that was looking like a difficult game to play from the Control Sword perspective to begin with, as he had a very big decision to make when he decided to play for his life with the Cyclone Blade. He would have had a board that could have traded a bit more or hit face with Floral Fencer, but if he would be reduced to 2 health as a cost for doing that, it means he would only have time until that eventual Demonic Strike to continue to play.
Time to get started. You must die.
Though we're seeing the same Control Sword deck being thrown now into Control Blood. Which is again, a tricky matchup for a very heavily anti-aggro teched Control Sword list.
Leave this to me. No!
Throws a Razor Claw into the Veteran Lancer. Not the highest priority target, but it is possible that could become a nuisance later. As we see here, this is where Control Sword, with all of its creature removal techs, is also finding a loss of tempo, as it has a very reactive opening hand here. So deciding to skip both turns 3 and 4, rather than play a rush minion onto an empty board. This opens up multiple options for the Control Blood player here. He also finding himself with a very reactive hand, but also not being pressured, so he can just get that Dire Bond down. And his Control Sword is a deck that traditionally struggles with drawing or gaining plus in its own cards. Dire Bond gives Control Blood a decent card advantage here in a grindy matchup.
Isn't demonic armor lovely? Go!
Using Wardrobe Raider when he can, just to get 2 very efficient clears off of it.
He also gets to heal up for 2 and manage to clear.
This will put him back at full health when Dire Bond is finished drawing.
Weapon at the ready, youngling.
11 at 6, gonna be traded into it, all allowing him to get both the 1-1s onto
That was
the field.
the most conservative play he could have went for there.
What are the other plays he could have done? The Alwidas?
If you wanted, right? If he wanted to try to play more aggressively, evolving the pirate from Alwidas could give him a clean trade while the Viking stayed alive. But Geno allows him to answer the 4/4 body very efficiently and without having to evolve.
I think that's just a better choice than knowing that you're going to be in for a long fight between two control matches. So you want to try to conserve your evos for something very important.
And Albert being a very important card in this matchup, as for a very reactive deck list, Control Sword usually struggles to find that kind of burst damage to take Control Blood out in the late game.
Right.
Making it all the way to turn 7 and 8 without having evolved yet is good for him, but that Goblin Mount Demon walling him off pretty hard here.
You are done for. Look at me now, father.
Commits one evolution point to put an Amelia through.
Now back to full health. Bill's a Vampiricus, although I don't. That's not very important card he needs right now, so that's fine.
Right. Not a lot of targets that he's searching for 2 damage answers to.
Except for that 3/2 right now we see, but it's gonna probably get rid of with the queen.
He has many options he could use here. He saw his opponent struggle to deal with a Goblin Mount Demon. It is possible that he would again. But if he wants to play more reactively, both Queen Vampire or just committing, he goes for the Goblin Mount Demon.
Check this out.
With the evolve point, that's going to be impossible for him to deal with just with board alone.
Right.
Live long, Amelia.
Art of the Ninja not being enough to spare. Well, he still has to put the trade of the board into it, but he will go for it.
Let's retreat.
Unfortunately, without having... Oh, sorry.
I was going to say Albert looking pretty good with a combo with the Art of the Ninja, but gets answered without Queen of Vampire.
That could have been 14 damage to face, but as he hasn't put much face damage on this game,
Yep.
It would be a pretty large commitment of his last evolution point.
Picks up a Iron Guard.
On curve as well with Maid Leader.
And no Odin Insight.
Right. Even though he's at a bit of a card advantage, it can be quite awkward for Control Blood to win the grind game against Control Sword. Just because with the hand filled with this much removal and board clear, against a deck that doesn't need to commit too much to put on pressure, he needs to find a way to continue to keep these boards clear without committing too many resources from his hand.
Okay, this one's all me.
Cast off your shell.
Balin using his last Evo.
Such amazing skill.
Dealing with the Ninja Master and playing a 7/3 at the same time. But he draws another Art of the Ninja, so he could set that up as well. Albert is also a very clean clear here.
Over so
Dead
soon.
man tell no tale.
Second Art of the Ninja in his board state is looking impressive again. Not one you can really leave alone.
Bahamut going to be used here? Yes, it is. Which immediately gets answered by Odin, which has been in his hand since turn 5.
Aside from large creatures like this, Odin not really having many important targets against Control Blood.
Yeah.
But it is looking like Control Blood's hand still very high. I mean, very large here. And Control Sword looking for a way to finish this game. Still has the evolve point for Albert, but no clear way to deal the remainder 9 damage.
A true warrior of Valhalla.
This is also one of the tougher sides of running Floral Fencers for tempo in Control Sword. While it is a very strong card to play on curve, at a late game situation like this, there's not really a evolve point left over for it. So it just kind of turns into a Goliath on its own. Still playing as conservatively as he can with his resources, trying to mount a board with Geno that's a little bit sturdy with knights.
Yep.
Knowing 10 points of damage is all he needs, should no more healing come out. But perhaps it will be challenging to drop him to that vengeance range of 10, and also finish him with Albert the following turn.
Others will follow.
At your service.
That puts him into, well, at least it's better than taking 4 damage. Cyclone Blade isn't going to be much of a use.
Right. It'll be a 5-mana clear zone board.
Yep.
It is possible he's trying to clear that Geno as quickly as possible, being the only last words in Swordcraft that summons more creatures. These revelations can get more value if he doesn't have to deal with the knights afterwards.
Perhaps he's planning on evoing? No. Going in all phase. Alright.
It'd be a little bit awkward for him to try to evolve a Floral Fencer and lose the 1/1 there. But that gives him a reason to Revelation.
Now both players having the same amount of hands.
Alvida's command will be able to, in the course of 2 turns, put him to 11 health. Just over Vengeance range, but there's still a lot of healing to be seen here.
Especially with the Healing Angel and the Diabolic.
So Bloody Mary.
Ooh. So about Bloody Mary, for those of you who don't know, as long as it's on the field, any damage that does self-infliction is redirected to the opponent. So if it's Direbond and Bloody Mary combined as an 8 play point, it will do, instead of 6 damage to yourself, you would do 6 damage to your opponent.
That would drop his opponent to 7, but this is getting to the point where he needs to clear this board knowing that Albert has been waiting for quite a while to get some spotlight here.
And Baleen knows that
Leave this to me.
he's gonna have to get around that. Odin's a good answer for front guard. Ooh, and picks up a Queen Vampire, so this is slowly becoming a pretty good situation for him.
He's unable to find himself using Odin under these circumstances
Not yet.
because doing so would open him up to that exact 12 damage. It is a clean Cyclone Blade.
No! Retreat!
Which also kills out his friend there.
Right, and knowing he doesn't have an evolution point, whereas usually the most burst healing that this deck will find out of Vengeance will be Righteous Devil. But unable to hit with that, it's looking like this is prime for Albert to take the game.
Yep. Unfortunately, Lucifer would be a great thing. However, it came a little bit just too late.
Make haste, Sleipnir.
Odin's just hoping his opponent doesn't have it by now. But even, funnily enough, even without Control Sword, he managed to save an evolution point despite going first. Meaning just evolving 1 time against his opponent's 3. But we need to have to play very conservatively the entire game as he has. But under these circumstances, he didn't even need that much damage.
He definitely waited out for an opportunity, especially with all of the creatures that had Rush, that allows him to just keep on trading until it has an opening. Right now it's a tie game, and we'll be seeing what's the remaining deck? Sword, Runecraft versus Blood?
Let's see, aside from Control Sword, he is also running the Daria rune deck that had the Summon Ice Form text.
Time to get started. I guess you're looking for
That looking to be the only card in variation to other people. Mulliganing the Witchet just to find the animated one.
At least it gave him a better card. This hand is actually looking pretty good. Especially with the magic missiles. As long as he managed to pick up a Clark or a Craig.
Craig on curve looking good.
Yep. Now this is the part where it can be I'm very unfamiliar with this lineup actually. But I think Daria still has a pretty good chance against Control Blood.
Mm-hmm. We'll have to see him play a lot more aggressively with this kind of a all-in deck list. But at the same time, alongside his very anti-aggro tech control sword, playing the ice forms here puts him in the same situation where, despite his anti-aggro decks, he's playing this into a very grindy, very defensive and reactive control deck.
Yep.
One little failure's nothing.
Sinners be purged.
Righteous Devil. Evoing just to
Go!
take advantage of the board.
No mercy.
Fortunately, Dance of Death? Yeah.
Fitting well into his curve here for trying to get a efficient area these coming turns. Control Blood seemingly without a play here. He either decide to play the Wardrobe Raider as a Goliath or just pass this turn.
If not, he doesn't need to play anything at all right now. Save it for when he starts warming up.
Right. Not particularly too pressured to need to be trying to play this as a quick game, but he will still put it out.
Yep.
Hey, check
Okay.
this out.
And re-evolving it.
Try this on for size.
Guess doing it just so that I can get a 2 heal.
I actually did not know that that creature healed on an evolution without getting its damage effect.
Oh,
Whoa,
it,
such sorrow.
well, now you know. Then restores
Now I
2
know.
defense.
Mm-hmm.
It has 2 effects.
So we'll see whether he decides he can wait any longer on this Steria, throws away 2 minions into it.
Not too bad. Gets to play the Blade Mage, and he can also evo that to his Piercing Rune.
Mm-hmm.
However, it won't be enough to, well, unless he wants to go aggro and push in.
Just maybe
Opts out
this
of that.
magic will help.
Plays Craig. It looks like he may be planning to evolve Ogler this turn if he wants to get a very efficient trade-off.
With your lifeblood.
You're done for.
Decides to go for the Daria evolve instead.
My beauty.
Now, I'm okay with this. I prefer if he actually evoed the Augur just to be avoided with the Diabolic Drain. That way next turn he's able to evo it and do 7 or 2 additional damage with Daria.
Right. Precarious situation here, not seeing another Daria in his hand. He's unable to reload, but deciding that he can't play around Vengeance. Perhaps he's, instead of seeing that as he needs to play more conservatively, as in he doesn't have much time left. Even if he were to draw Daria, it'd be difficult to spell waste it.
How
While I'm putting
interesting.
himself at exact lethal, which is actually pretty good for him.
Mm-hmm. Or exact Vengeance.
Yep.
Though, gonna be difficult to find much to do this turn, because that Dire Bond would be a little bit
Risky.
intense to play here.
Yeah. I agree with us. Just heal, put a creature on board.
He has the safety of a Temptress Vampire coming out. Meanwhile, there's a lot of burn damage on the other side. No Daria to spell boost it with. Puts him back in Vengeance.
He would need to have to play the other Piercing Rune.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, not
Just plays one.
a lot of people
Offer your
would do
life
that
to
just
me.
to put
Mm-hmm.
the creature back onto Vengeance and then just leave it there. It's kind of a questionable play.
It's possible he's just trying to use up the burn that he has for the meanwhile.
Yeah.
Because there's not much he still needs to play around in Vengeance.
Yeah.
He didn't have a creature developed on the board, so if you were to play a Righteous Devil, it wouldn't have a target to attack.
It's not looking too good for Death Runner.
Looks like he's found his win condition of Prince of Darkness. And still no second area to be seen.
It won't be long now.
Doesn't run any Bahamut's? I thought we saw one. Yeah, we saw one.
Mm-hmm.
Over so soon.
But at this point, he probably is aware that his opponent is not exactly having good luck with finding his second area. Decides to spend his turn on the Prince of Darkness. However, a really strong Daria off the top could put him back in this game, because with 2 Dire Bonds in hand and not much healing left, unless he can find a Deus' Damnation quickly, he only really has 2 cards left in his hand before the Apocalypse deck.
Right.
But only a Summon Ice form being found from the top.
Fortunately, Odin has an answer for that.
Right. And that would be 8 damage to the dome off of that alone. Silent Rider. Deciding to save that for from hand lethal on this coming turn.
Vampiric Kiss is pretty good too. Does 10 damage and heal.
Seems like even a Daria top deck would not do it for him now. And as I say that, we can see what he tries to go for here. But I don't think there's much spell boost if you could draw any other than this 3rd Daria.
And Ballin takes the win.
Mm-hmm. Control Blood is a lot of people's opinion that this deck is favored against Daria, as it runs a very heavily teched, very spiteful list against it.
Right.
And we see it didn't really feel the pressure or much struggle that game, even through just 1 early game Daria. 1 reload was just not enough.
Unfortunately. Well, for now we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break a little bit. However, I'm gonna be talking about the results, so stick around. And while we wait for round 5 to start. Just give me a moment, guys. Where's my display capture? Oh, there it is. Wrong one. There it is. While you guys are watching the how I do my technical side, oops. We get to see at the moment what's going on with the ladder, right? So we have Hysteria going up at first with Lord Hisu, Gazinger, and Balin, Nier, Fellerin, and Motoko 4-0 at the moment, according to the stats. On the other hand, we actually fixed this. We actually have Runecraft being the most played out of 150 players, Forestcraft being the second, and then Swordcraft. Current win rate of the week, we have Swordcraft leading the win rates, although none of them have played against Dragoncraft yet, which is surprising. Dragoncraft right now looking very unpopular, only having 13 games. Which means a very small amount of player base is actually playing Dragoncraft at the moment. We have Havencraft, Bloodcraft, and Shadowcraft at the lower end of the game list. Then we have Swordcraft leading, Forestcraft in second with 53, Runecraft at 53, Bloodcraft at 52, and the rest of them a little bit behind. So, I guess you can say that some of the Daria and Swordcraft is still heavily used with Forestcraft. Usually those go in pairs, and they do well against a lot of the matchups. Especially with Daria, as you notice that their win rate is relatively borderline 50% on everything. Forestcraft heavily abusing Luna. Besides that, does well against Blood, Haven, and Dragon. Not so much against Daria or Swordcraft in general. Next up we have Swordcraft, of course abusing poor Luna, and a little bit for them Haven. Fare wells against Force, of course, although 50% versus Daria and then 45 versus Bloodcraft. Not surprisingly, none from Dragons. So we can imagine that there's only like about 4 or 5 tournament players running Dragoncraft. Aside from that, back to the leader boards. Looks like most of the matches about to be done. Yeah, Hysteria leading with a pretty good tiebreaker. And how tiebreaker works is determined by your opponents and how they win, and if they had dropped out, and how your score works out. So that's what the first and second tiebreaker mean. So in order to get to top 16, you would need to have at least the score of 6 wins and 2 lost. So back to the game, guys. We'll be right back quite soon. Currently, right now we have a issue going on, so there might be a slight delay.
Sorry about that brief absence.
Yep, no worries.
Let's see how round 4 has been going since we last looked.
Alright, we'll be going on with the next round then.
Let's see who got to move on and see the Imperator game. Let's see, we saw him advance in, well, he advanced 2-0 in round 3 and seems to have gotten 0-2'd here.
We're just checking to see what's going on, what's up right now. Alright, we're starting out round 5. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so the match we're seeing right now, we have the first 10, which is Gazinger versus Hysteria, Lord Hisu versus Raiken, Violin versus Motoko, Nier versus Valeron, Gengar versus Deathrunner, Lionfish Lover versus Run the Table, and No Way is J versus Ritz. Yep. That's what it looks like so far.
Is there any particular game we're jumping into watching first?
I'll lead you to make the choice. How about
That may be
that?
an unwise decision, because I am, as I am personally close to Solek, watching him is something that I would like to do. However, I'm not going to try to dominate the entire stream with my personal preference. Let's see. Dino T seems to...
Well, Solik already dropped out, so you wouldn't be able to watch it.
Oh, right. Dropped out of both tournaments, poor guy. Let's see. Oh, let's go for... have we watched a game from Nan yet?
I believe so.
I see. I don't think we've watched a game from FLCL yet. He's currently playing against Curlo.
Actually, if you control find Solik, I think he's still in.
Playing versus Red, 2 players I remember from past tournaments.
So what match number?
Let's see.
Oh, never mind. Solik is still in. I was just kidding.
Yeah, 247, I believe.
247?
Mm-hmm.
247.
No, well, maybe I'm looking at the wrong page here.
Bracket. Just say the match number 1 through 10.
Right, sorry, 1 second. I went to a different page that had different numbers for the games. So back to the bracket, round 5. Draft Solek. He is number 10 here.
Yeah. But aside from him,
Red at FMA, or Fulminata, if I remember correctly.
Yep. we'll be watching them.
Has Red's deck lists available to us, or?
Who?
Mm-hmm.
Which match are we watching?
This would be match 10.
Alright. So we have Red at Fulminella. I can never pronounce that goddamn name. Versus Solic SV. Where we'll be watching on the perspective of Red. Both of these players are still doing well and alive in this tournament. Sorry guys, I thought I couldn't find Solic for some reason in the list. And apparently my control find wasn't there.
I guess you're looking for a fight.
But we found him.
See you in
He's still
action.
alive and well. I believe that variancy is 4-1 at the moment. So close to top 16.
The last tournament I remember seeing Red in as well, I remember him placing, I think, second behind Gons.
Yep.
We're opening with a Daria Rune Mirror. Neither of which in their opening hands have found their first Daria. We are watching from the perspective of Red, correct?
Yep.
That is a Clark that does not spell boost much, and a Demonic Strike expended to clear him.
I'm just a mage who's as old as
You're
dirt.
done for.
No board to blow out with this Levi, but it does give him a Crimson Sorcery and boosts a rune in his hand.
Unbelievable.
I'm just a mage who's as old as
Answered
dirt.
right away with a symmetrical Levi evolve,
It's just like back
but
in the old
no
days.
piercing rune on this side to benefit from.
I'm all tuckered out.
No.
However, there is a Daria that he's found.
I'm just a mage who's as old as
It won't be
dirt.
long now.
So this is looking pretty good for
It's
Solic.
just like
Look
back
at
in
all
the
those
old
burn
days.
damage. It's
Mhm.
2, 3,
Unbelievable.
6, 9 damage.
Going second as well, if he can find his third Levi, that will be 9 damage from his 3 evolves.
Right?
It won't be long
Red trying to
now.
dump his hand a little bit here before he goes into this area, which will give him a very huge advantage.
I'm all tuckered out.
However, Solek now finding his own kaleidoscopic glow.
One little failure's nothing.
It gives him a little bit of leeway to use the Crimson Sorceries not all at face here.
With a bang and a boom.
Deciding he's done with this hand, these Dancing Deaths are too slow, Minion's not too worth keeping, as opposed to a Tempo Daria. He gets one, and then you can spell boost with her.
He does need to keep up, although I would say that is quite a weak Daria. Being unable to spam the boards and getting creatures.
Looks like Solek is going to get a bit more of an efficient one in his coming turn, seeing that bounced Craig is going to put it to a 0 cost, and the rest of his hand is quite easy to play out. However, Red finding his second one now.
With your lifeblood. Couldn't do it after all.
That could actually help him out a little bit to catch up.
Solek finding his third Daria here.
Time to head home.
Just
Might make this
maybe
match a little bit more
magic will help.
difficult for him to grind.
With a bang and a boom.
It's a little bit unfortunate that he drew into it.
On the turn he plays it too.
Maybe, just maybe, this magic will help.
Decides to let the Ice Golem stand. However, he does have a pretty large board here. Very difficult to deal with this all at once, as Red does not have a last evolution point here.
Yep.
So even though he's going to be taking a bit of card advantage, He is actually looking at lethal on board.
Through.
Surprisingly, Red decides to call it quits.
Mm-hmm.
Was that lethal damage on his hand? I believe so.
Right.
So he wasn't able to clear it.
Mm-hmm. 9 on board and an evolve left.
We get to see OTK Roach versus Rune.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you're looking for a fight. Time for me to prove myself.
So let's see, Roach going second here. If he can find an EPM by the time he wants to get into this Fina, well, he already has 2 guaranteed Roaches in his opener.
For those of you who don't know what EPM stands for, it's Elven Princess Mage.
Mm-hmm. It would be a fortunate draw going second, as that gives him a strong turn 4 evolve, and there it is.
No!
This
Looks
is
like he has
such...
a very... Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's just looking like he's having a easy time curving out with Goblin, Sylvan, now a plan into Goblin Mage, Elven Princess Mage, into Fina.
It looks like he has a pretty much an ideal hand for Roach combos on turn 8.
Mm-hmm. Finding a Nature's Guidance piece of it as well means it's a lot of damage he can threaten coming up.
Now, of course, that's fine that he's second. It depends on if Red managed to keep putting pressure, forcing him to use Roaches defensively and whatnot.
But all aside, he's continuing to curve out with Elven Princess Mage here.
Yep.
One little failure's nothing. Oh, come on!
One potentially difficult thing about his curve is, as he did open into a Goblin Mage, his hand is about this size where, if he decides to evolve Fortune Hunter Fina here, I believe that would put his hand at 9.
You're done for.
So he would have to lose one of his 0 costs alongside if he doesn't want to mill.
Yeah.
Such negative magic.
Given another option with Ancient Elf as well,
Beautiful, powerful, and cute.
decides to go for the Fina regardless.
It won't be
I think
long
it's probably better if he gets the Fina and play out the 0 cost Goblin.
away.
Get the second Roach out.
Mm-hmm.
Or not.
Decides
Or-
not to play it.
Maybe perhaps he found a OTK on turn
Running away
for his
is
future
okay.
turns.
Mm-hmm. This is a very ideal hand for him. I can't really imagine that he's searching for anything else from his deck other than this combo.
What he can do now is just use his Ancient Elf and just kind of like almost... well, I wouldn't use Ancient Elf, but just flood the board a little bit, keeping all his 0 costs.
Mm-hmm. Hand looking very primed to take a lot of damage, however, with only 6 play points. It's not exactly time yet.
Yep.
And turn 7 and 8 can be a lot of pressure from Daria. However, not having drawn 1 Daria yet.
Hey, let's play.
Looks like he's going to just commit a little bit of damage from a Rhinoceros into an Ancient Elf.
Doesn't look too good for Red.
Mm-hmm. This is a very easily spell boosted hand, though, at the very least. Summon Ice Form may come in handy here.
Opts out of it.
Atone with your lifeblood.
This is a good Ogler, and if he decides it's worth it to commit more of his hand, as Adaria has been found,
Atone with your lifeblood.
he puts the Craig down, and 2 Blade Mages can get past this ward.
Life's fate is thus.
Ow! Oh, come on!
He has managed to mount lethal on board this turn, but
Ooh, sparkly stuff. Give me Hey, let's play.
Looking like 3 hits from Roach on turn 7, alongside 3 0-cost cards, is just going to be too much damage for him to take. With the 5-6 and Last Evolve, that'll take it. Or 6-7. My math is off.
I'm through.
Turn 7 wins. That's what happens when you clear out everything.
Right. Managed to find a board to threaten him to the point that it's OTK or I lose, but he had already found his combo pieces.
So, Solik is now 5-1. Congrats.
Alright, doing well, not dropped out yet.
Yeah, not dropped out.
Doesn't have to liquefy his collection again. But all that aside, let's see what else is happening in round 5. I'm interested in seeing what are some players who have been doing particularly well.
Well, we have Lord Hisu versus Strikind and Gengar versus Death Runner. We can watch Lionfish Lover versus Run the Table. I think that's a new set of players that we haven't watched yet.
You can go for some new players, see if they have some new decks for us to see.
Oh, or same decks except different variations.
Alright. I was interested in seeing that one player's Nephthys deck, as I haven't seen that in a tournament at all yet.
Oh.
But perhaps we'll see it if he... Oh no, I'm sorry. This is completely fine. I was just saying, it'd be interesting to see if he can make it far enough with it.
Time for me to prove myself.
Let's see, Lionfish Lover.
Fighting and despair all you know?
Score is 0-1 at the moment.
On the table. So Run the Table looks to be playing a Seraph Haven deck alongside Daria.
Score is 0-1 in favor of Run the Table.
Lionfish Lover here seen playing his Wolf Bolt OTK. The other deck he brought to the tournament being Control Sword.
Show you something. No!
I'm the Force Protector.
Tribunal being a very efficient answer on turn 4 to an Ancient Elf. But Ancient Elf is not a strong commitment of the hand. This is actually not a matchup that I'm familiar with, as Seraph Haven having its own win condition that doesn't require reducing the opponent's life, and Wolf also sort of having an instant kill with the only prerequisite of 2 damage.
I'll blow you away. War is such sorrow. Stop!
Which, if he doesn't heal the attacks from these fairies,
You're done for.
may just seal the game like at a later point, if he can't find a way to stabilize into a Seraph later. Both decks looking for their win conditions on turn 9.
Is okay. The forest is crying for help. It won't be long now. Guide me, Elder Tree.
Elven Princess Mage, an
Let's play.
efficient clear for the remaining body of a Priest of the Cudgel. This is a lot for him to need to clear here. He'll commit his last evolution point to do so.
Yep.
Interesting to see him also running Prince of Darkness in, or at least he's running one copy of it, perhaps as a backup plan, if he needs to commit his resources aside from using Seraph.
Force Protector.
Well, he's going to need to, because occasionally when people run a lot of Bodins, you would definitely want to try to pick out at least a second win condition.
A very
Doing a lot of
interesting tech.
damage.
Yeah. It's interesting to see him only running one Prince of Darkness here as a side, because following by that logic of wanting to play around a lot of control decks running 2 Odins, that would mean that by the time he's lost 2 of his Seraphs, he has the mana to play a final win condition. Unfortunate.
Black in Scripture taking away the White Wolf.
And
Unable
that
to use this
is
effect.
that is the win condition that he had here gone.
Marvel and cute to boot. Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme! Don't hurt me!
Well, at least he managed to pick up another Roach. So perhaps he can actually do just enough damage on this turn. That should
Roach
be
and
it.
a Nature's Guidance, yeah.
Yep, that's enough.
Hey, let's
Just
play.
needs to deal the 4 and the 6, and he has this.
Hey, let's play. Don't hurt me.
And this win goes to Lionfish Lover. And Lionfish Lover is a very old school player, I would say. Coming back
Right.
all the way from Season 1 tournaments.
Demonstrating some of the strength and the versatility of Wolf Bolt OTK, and that even losing one win condition, it can just opt into the other based on how the game has been going.
Yum. Roach. So next up we'll be seeing swords. Do you know what kind of swords we'll be watching?
You must die.
His other deck he's bringing is Control Sword. He is running 2 Odins to deal with these Seraphs, so depending on how this game goes, we might actually see that Prince of Darkness come into play.
Right.
Other than the Odins, this is also looking like a very anti-aggro attacked list.
The battlefield awaits. Ah, no! Let me ease your pain. Stop! No!
Lionfish Lover being a little bit aggressive here.
Playing along the lines of aggro sword on curve, but the Healing Angel having the kind of body that can trade twice,
Can be graceful too.
and not having an aggressive continuation of that.
Yeah.
Colonel Admiral Monica reporting for
At
duty.
your service.
Pretty good for Monica to clear out 1. And then I would probably target the minion. Just leave the 2-1 alone.
As the Knight summon from Monica can deal with that alone.
Yep.
Lost in wayward ones.
The real battle begins.
Your path has been laid.
Should have focused.
Forced to trade as well as Radiance Angel only having 1 health left over.
At your service.
The darkness.
You've gotta see me dance.
Also swinging Unica, this is Control Sword trying to mount as much aggression as it can.
Yep.
However, both being behind on board and only 3 damage in, opponent already having found 2 Seraphs and him not having found a single one of his Odins yet, this is looking very difficult for Control Sword.
He's not getting an answer for his for when the end statue gets played on turn 8.
Toodaloo. Let us conclude.
Ancient Lion Spirit answering for this entire board.
I think he's realizing now that Ancient Lion Spirit's damage would have cleared the Aurelia and Prison Priestess could have survived.
Yeah.
He paused for a second after that evolution.
Weapon at the ready, youngling.
Not bad for Trey, gets him on board. Unfortunately though, it's not
Here's
enough.
the first Seraph, most likely.
And no Odin unless he...
Unless he draws it off the top.
Or-
Bahamut not exactly,
Abide. You'll never touch
Not the kind of card he needs.
However, his opponent does not have immediately the combo necessary to break this Seraph unless he can draw into it. He finds 1 piece out of the Sacred Plea and another off the top.
We managed to get 2. But he would
It
need
may
to play
be
the
worth-
heal.
Right. He is actually under pressure of an evolved point remaining in Control Sword. And Albert left over to finish it. However,
Will not fall.
Themis will take him out of lethal range, deciding to heal instead of progressing down his combo. 2 Alberts, however,
Prepare for battle.
Comes in. Well, at least he tried. That means next turn we're going to see the sister and the healer to finish off the Sarah.
right.
So close yet so far.
Albert doing his very best to be a sufficient win condition here, but he just couldn't get enough damage in the early game.
May you rest in peace.
And Pop goes to Seraph.
Mhm.
I mean, there isn't really much that he could have done. Aside from that, Seraph is Seraph. The only way to answer is to have an Odin and to pray to
Right.
Iron Jesus just to get that into your hand.
He had a mixture of very strong late game options, Bahamut not exactly being one to deal with Seraph.
Yep.
If he had found both Odins, they could have been a possible progression towards victory with the 2 Alberts he had for pressure, but anything short of a combination of that, and he's not going to be able to get over a Seraph with combo in hand.
Run the table 2-0ing or 2-1 against Lion Fisher. Matches seems to be almost finished. We have about just a couple more matches to go. Red actually drops out of it as a 3-2.
Ouch.
Although he could have just kept going, but I believe he just didn't want to drop. That's actually a little bit unfortunate too, because him dropping as a strong contender actually hurts his tiebreaker.
Right.
So that actually might end up messing with Solic's lead at the moment.
Is it possible that Lord Yusu is still playing his game? I'm looking at some players that have been doing well.
Looks like they're going to report the score soon.
Right.
We have Gazinger versus Hysteria. So we're gonna go ahead and take a look at what they're doing right now. Oh, looks like the score is 1 and 2, so they need to report the score.
Gazinger being the player who was running the Shrine Knight Maidens looking like it did not work out for him in this game here.
Seems like there's an error where Hysteria didn't play the right deck.
Ouch.
Which means under the rules that Gazinger should be winning, but it seems like he disconnected for Hysteria, which should not be happening. Hysteria should be the one to end the game, but I'm pretty sure they will report it to the mods. We have Hello versus Ritoko. We'll see how they're doing on their end.
Right. I believe we have not seen Hello yet. He is playing an OTK Roach alongside Dario Rune.
It looks like they're on their second match.
Not seeing Rotoko's deck lists, but Hello's deck lists not looking like they're teching much particularly out of the ordinary, but if this is his forest deck, he is running one copy of UL the Ancient in here.
Which is the 4-drop that when evolve it does a 1-1.
Yeah, when it is evolved, it becomes a 4/5, and at the end of the turn, it inflicts 1 damage to 2 random enemy followers. Or it does 1 damage randomly twice. Traditionally a card I'm not used to seeing outside of Take 2, but perhaps it is another anti-aggro tech for him here.
I would only see it as a more of a control defensive thing if you're playing against mirror matches versus other roaches.
We'll see how it works out if he manages to draw out this game, because otherwise, this is a very aggressive Roach list. Committing it to face as soon as he can, trying to cheese him out of this dire bond.
Wardrobe Raider will get an answer, but unfortunately only managed to clear out 2. which means on the next turn, on turn 5, he could actually play the Fina, evo it to kill it, and push in for 3 more damage. Technically, Pool puts in 1 because he heals up for 2.
Right. And while considering that he has the information or the possibility that he just doesn't have a revelation in hand here, so he's just going to continue to push as much damage as he can under Vengeance.
Yep.
Still not finding one.
Hey, check this out.
These Wardrobe Raiders stabilizing him as best as they can.
Running away is okay.
Which means Elf Knight will be played.
Mm-hmm.
Cynthia reporting.
This is a lot of damage coming out from this Cynthia.
I will shine. I will shine.
So let's not do evo.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately plays the Queen of Vampire, allowing him to have 2 wards that are 1/1.
Okay, this one's all me.
Queen Vampire, able to take out the Cynthia, forced to trade again.
Ul
This
looks
Queen-
actually pretty good.
Mhm. If there was ever a time to run Ul, we are seeing it here.
Should I turn you to ash? Don't get burned.
Taking out 10 points of attack in total.
Yep.
Looks like I got carried away.
However, even with that very great amount of value being put out, it is looking like Control Blood is stabilizing within the range of Vengeance, which could be very difficult for him to overcome.
It's unfortunate that he didn't have Nature Guidance for his Roach. Otherwise, he could actually push to win.
Mhm. Now a combination of the healing he can afford to play alongside a lot of boards.
Just crying for help.
It's not looking good.
Me? Really?
Deciding to make that trade into
No code binds me anymore.
Running away is
Ice Blade Warfiend, also a card that seems to be a tech against control, or to win out against more grindy matches.
I'm
Yep.
sorry, Tia.
I'm the Force Protector.
The forest is crying for help.
Going to conserve using this Rhinoceros as the last damage he has from hand.
Life's fate is thus.
Let's retreat!
Such negative magic.
However, it's not looking like a very promising amount, considering he's been emptied of his resources.
Hey. Cynthia reporting. Oh, come on.
Deciding to use Bahamut over the Odin here to threaten as much damage as he can while his opponent is out of creatures. Nature's Guidance into an Ancient Elf, actually giving him a formidable amount of burst here. Revelation very easily taking care of these. Bahamut's so wide that he can survive it. Alongside a Goblin Mount Demon, even if he top decks another Roach here, it looks like he can't get past that ward.
You're strong.
Oh, looks like we have a actual host from somebody. Once I figured out who it is.
I guess you're looking for a fight. Time for me to prove myself.
Here we see the Control Blood being swapped out for Daria Rune here. OTK Roach going first, decides to keep that Fortune Hunter Fina for turn 5.
No.
Otherwise having to skip turn 2 with this hand.
Oh, there we go. Hey, Tornus, thanks for the host. Appreciate it.
Hey, let's
Sylvan
win.
Justice going to give him a high tempo turn 3 here.
Maybe, just maybe, this magic will help.
It'll work this time.
And 2 creatures that are very easily able to trade into the board that Forest has developed. Not seeing a Levi in hand for a very clean clear, however, Piercing Rune is going to make this board easy to deal with regardless. A lot of pressure at his face as well.
Beautiful, powerful, and cute to boot. You're done for.
Seeing that he has 2 Storm minions in hand and a Daria that he's still working on spell boosting, he is putting his opponent under the pressure of needing this OTK soon.
Did he one with the Blood Rune?
Yes, Control Blood.
Right.
Took that last game. This being kind of a tricky hand to play. He doesn't want to let that 5-2 live in a deck with such a high damage OTK. Maybe forced to trade some tempo to play Dance of Death to remove it.
It's okay.
This is looking like a pretty convenient turn for Elven Princess Mage here. He has a 0-cost Goblin Mage in hand.
Which also
and a
allows
Nature's
him.
Guidance.
Which also allows him to have
One little failure's
3 0
nothing.
cost sand.
Ooh, sparkly stuff.
Opts to play the Goblin Mage instead. Immediately deciding to throw some roach damage. Not deciding to evolve for it, but reducing his opponent down to 8. Now he doesn't necessarily have lethal in his hand here with that, but it's possible that he's deciding that he doesn't want to risk being at half health already, taking too much more damage from Daria over the course of this game. It's possible he's deciding that he doesn't want to try to wait with his resources to just get an Elven Princess Mage on 6 into lethal on 7.
This doesn't look too well for Duko.
Mm-hmm.
Which at his I mean at most he can clear out is what, 2?
Right, with an evolve he can clear 2 minions, meaning from 7 health. Let's see, would he be able to burst for 7 damage there?
Let's see, 1, 2, 3.
It won't be long now.
You can
Oh, I
teach
see.
me
It depends on what he draws. If he draws into a Nature Guidance, that's an auto win for him. If he draws a Fairy Circle,
This time, maybe?
I think that might be enough.
Because clearing this is... Fairy's Circle does come out here.
Yep.
All he
Does
needs is to play 4 cards. So it looks like if he just trades the Elfchild May, he has it.
Well, he doesn't need a trade.
Oh, you're right. Never mind, sorry.
Base. Fairy Circle, that's 1. Sylvan, 2. 3, 4, 5. Yep. So
Right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 5, 6. No, that's not enough. That's too many. Wait, no. 2, 3, 4, 5,
Truly
6.
the thinking man's deck.
Yes, I think he's 1 short. He's actually at 6 play point if he decides to.
Let's see. I think if he plays the Fairy
Yep.
Circle, plays both fairies from the Fairy Circle,
Yep.
Water Fairy, then that'll be 4 cards played. Then he could play the
Then
Roach and
Roach
evolve
is
it.
in there. Yep. So that's lethal.
Looking like it.
Hey, let's play.
A fortunate draw on the Fairy Circle, that is what made this dream come alive. The single Roach in his hand with no bounce, flung forward on the dreams of the fairies that carried him here.
See? I knew it. I had my math roach math, but quick enough. I still had to count with my hands.
At this point, sometimes I don't even count it. I just sort of look at the roach and all the combo pieces,
Yep.
and it's probably going to deal in upwards of about as much damage as it needs.
Sometimes that's the thing too, like if you play it, or at least play the pattern well more than enough, you don't need to count. You just memorize the patterns and then be able to do it then.
Alright. Going into turn 7, if a person has played Elven Princess Mage and Fortune Hunter Fina already, usually the combo with Nature's Guidance is always going to do a set amount of damage. But being able to perceive when a roach outside of those circumstances can claim lethal is something that Forest players need to be attentive towards.
Yep. So that was the last match of the round. They just need to report their scores, unless Connelly versus Codex are doing it.
Alright.
I guess we can go ahead and finally catch the Connelly versus Codex, which is match number 25.
Alright. Let's see what these players have brought. Connelly looking to... Alright. Let's see what these players have brought here. This will be Forest versus Rune. This Forest deck looking to be a OTK Roach, this time running Pixie's Mischief and a single copy of Fairy Beast. Codex's Rune deck being a Dimension Shift, actually. This is not Daria Rune. Or I'm wrong. Other way around. My bad. This not being Dimension Shift. This would be the Daria Rune deck brought by Connelly. Right.
With Flame Destroyers.
With Flame Destroyers? Right, there we go. Confused me for a second. And Codex is playing his version of OTK Roach.
It's knowledge I seek.
Right now it's a tie game.
Oh, I see what confused me. I saw Daria, and being the same character, I thought for a second next to Flame Destroyers that was actually Dimension Shift itself. Trail of Light, another card I'm not used to seeing played in a Daria deck.
Yep.
Hey, let's play. Don't hurt me. Hey, let's play. You're done for. Bad people are
Interestingly enough, actually, Codex is bringing Dimension Shift. Connelly is playing a Daria Brew that has Trail of Light alongside a lot of tech cards like Sorcery Cache and Rite of Exorcism.
Does get a picks up a Rite of Exorcism. It's not too bad of a card. You don't really normally see this in Daria, but what it does is it destroys an enemy that has 3 play points or less. It has an effect for enhance at 5, which destroys an enemy faller or amulet instead.
Returning the Flame Destroyer to his hand, clearing it of all of its spell boosts.
And starting over. I'd be annoyed.
Right, tech versus tech here. But we see that this is in fact not Dimension Shift, but Daria.
beautiful, powerful, and cute to boot. Won't be long now. I'll blow you away.
2 Fairy Circles, a 0-cost Goblin Mage, and a Nature's Guidance going to be a lot of potential damage.
This magic will help.
However, with only 1 Roach, that's going to be a very large amount of health that he needs to deal with.
Yeah.
This ends here. I'll blow you away.
But he gets 2 Goblin Mages. This is a very threatening hand to have.
It won't be long now.
Now, question
Particularly
is,
not getting.
would he be able to? I think he'd be able to.
Okay.
This is definitely one that I would have to count.
Yep.
I almost feel like this is more damage than I'm used to.
Sparkly stuff.
I think this is enough.
Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme.
Both fairy circles. Yep.
could be that he's got it counted here.
Yep.
That'd be
6, 7, yep.
right.
I
Cleanly
was like,
taking him out here.
that double fairy circles and all that stuff on turn 8,
Looks
that's
like you won.
Mhm.
that's more than enough on turn 8. Oh,
The
TK
Flame
Roach.
Destroyer as well. Like, that could have threatened him out of using a Roach earlier if it had not been bounced by the Pixie Mischief tech, as he didn't have another answer for it.
It's a little bit unfortunate, but Codex gets to move on. Pretty nice play for all those techs. And round 6 will shortly begin soon.
Right on.
For those of you who are watching the stream, according to at least my side, it's pretty smooth. I have not yet seen a frame where it's 1 frame at a time. I believe it's Twitch end, so it varies per user. So keep in mind of that. There isn't really much that I can do on my side. Hopefully some of you guys are able to see it. But do enjoy the slides.
Ready for the next slide.
Alright, round 6. 2 more to go. Round 6 starting. We'll go ahead. Ooh. We will go ahead. Let's go ahead and watch Gengar versus Sia, or Sia TL.
Right, I do not remember if Gengar was one of the players we managed to catch a match for.
No, actually we did, back in round 1.
Right, playing Roach alongside Control Blood.
Yep.
Whereas COTL I do not remember.
Now Sia TL is a new player, also new to the scene as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird, because every tournament I know I've seen those names, but anything that's unfamiliar I'm like, I haven't seen you before. You haven't been on stream yet.
Coming into this tournament with Determination, taking Roach and Dariarune. This Roach deck, I think doing something we haven't seen yet, running 3 copies of Elf Girl Lisa.
Was that a reference to something?
If it was, I did not make it intentionally.
Filled with determination. That is the thing from, what's that game?
Undertale, right?
I'm sorry?
Undertale, right?
Undertale? No.
Undertale.
Undertale, there you go.
But Elf Girl Lisa, not a card that I've seen much even played on ladder anymore.
It's usually, and still mainly used in P2P even today, but not many play Elf Girl Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Well,
Elf
we'll
Girl
see how she
Lisa is a
performs.
good counter against Daria.
Right. That being both a 2-cost minion for such a devastating effect that can just completely protect one's board against both Levi's Crimson Sorcery as well as Piercing Rune.
Oh, I'm out of snacks.
Unfortunate.
Did you manage to bring something as well?
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, these matches can take a long time, so hopefully you
And
guys
very-
enjoyed it, and you too as well.
Mm-hmm. It's been a lot of fun to guest. As for snacks, I've been very, very quietly and stealthily sneaking in cereal. I live in the Japan time zone, so I had to wake up quite early to be able to cast this tournament.
I am quite thankful of that.
Alright, and I'm very thankful that you gave me the chance.
Yeah. Now, what I remember, you said school's over for you?
Right, it ended just this last Friday, in fact, was my last exam.
So is the college different in the States in any way?
Oh, college in Japan? That's a topic, isn't it? Well, one thing I'm used to in American college is that I'd be attending the same class multiple times a week. In Japan, since I came here, it's a very different environment in that each class is only a once-a-week thing. It's just extended for a very long time, almost 2 hours. So one thing that I've definitely learned is that skipping classes is not a good idea when they only meet once a week. But overall, I feel like I've learned a pretty good amount of Japanese since coming here. On the JCG streams and the like, which usually bring a variety of Western and Japanese Shadowverse players, I try to communicate often and see what I can learn about the opinions of Japanese players on the current state of the game.
And what did you find out so far?
Well, to be a bit blunt, I'd say they have the same complaints as we do in terms of the current situation on ladder.
Yeah.
They say some things which exactly mirror some of the things that I see as common complaints of what happens in both tournaments and whatnot. They say Doroshi Basu, Doroshi being the Japanese name for Daria, or Dorothy. So it's the same thing as them saying Daryaverse.
Yep.
They talk much about Levi being a little bit too strong as a card for what he does, and the like. And there's also the same arguments against it, in that Daria is beatable as a deck. However, the casters for JCG tournaments are also a delight to watch. They're usually very strictly concerned with both the plays that are being made and also trying to show a bit of excitement for a couple surprise top decks that the West, now being used to Hearthstone as a game, is a little bit more jaded towards.
Well, hopefully. So what about JCG side and all that stuff?
The tournaments, well,
I know they
say
do the same thing as we do, which is 2 decks. Do they also comment on wanting to do 3 decks and 1 ban?
I have not seen any sentiment of that kind, but this I don't attribute to players not being interested in the format, as much as I don't believe that Hearthstone was as much of a hit in Japan as it was in other Asian countries.
Right.
Though there are many Japanese players, and a few streamers in fact, who played Hearthstone a lot, the idea of class-based card games with a single ban, I don't believe is something that they're used to or familiar with.
Right. We have a next match going on for Gengar versus Sia TL.
Looks like a fresh match as well.
Gengar running without Luna. Doing quite well in the tournaments at the moment. Fortunately, he didn't bring it.
Alright, representing Luna, Shadowcraft Adept, but not committing just enough to bring her with confidence here.
He normally brings Luna to every... I think this is the first tournament he has brought without his Luna.
But it's understandable, Shadowcraft is very much trying to find its identity and a consistent way to play in this metagame.
Yep. Although a lot lately, people have been playing aggro Shadow.
Right.
As a consistent way to win.
Though we don't have confirmable statistics from side games on how decks are preparing against each other,
no.
From the user-submitted statistics we've seen on Shadow logs, Aggro Shadow apparently is one of the only decks to sport a very impressive win rate against Daria Rune when it is going first against it.
Nice.
Very brutal amount of damage that Aggro Shadow can put out.
Especially on turn 6 where that's when the turn Daria comes in, but then Phantom Howl plus Cerberus cards.
Right, that's a burst of 11 damage.
I guess you're looking for a fight.
We're going to see Daria Rune versus his Control Blood deck here. This Control Blood deck list looking very heavy as well, running 3 Temptress Vampires, 2 Odins, 2 Bahamut's. Whereas this Stereo Rune deck does not seem to be playing much on the tech side, it does have 2 copies of Summon Ice Form, which might not be too useful in this sort of a matchup.
Maybe, just maybe, this magic will help.
But D does manage to get a Daria in his opening hand alongside a Craig. On that note, however, he does not have a card that's playable on turn 3.
Hey, that hurts!
Seeing as it's pointless to hit face over a Unica for 2 damage, he makes the trade.
Conjure Golem, not too bad. Instead, he decides to Demonic Strike, putting him in Vengeance.
Or just 2 over it, with the heal from Direbon.
Right.
Conjure Golem may have been a bit to get a creature on the board there. It's possible, seeing his opponent's about to evolve. His opponent has a lot of cards that he's going to be drawing here. He just wanted to not float the mana from Demonic Strike.
War is so solar.
Plays out his Dance of Death. Most likely looking for a good time to discard this hand into something.
Sinners be purged.
Righteous Devil for some Temple here with an Evolve.
No mercy.
Having just seen a Dance of Death get put onto a Healing Angel, he is being quite bold here in...
I guess you can say he's guessing out that once he's played the Dance of Death, he might not have another.
However, the Sedaria and an Evolve will be a very efficient answer to a 4/7 body. It all comes down to whether or not he believes it is appropriate to go for the Daria here.
Right.
Most likely the decision he's making, if he is deciding to play Daria here, is whether he wants to conserve 1 play point, or play out the Conjure Golem beforehand. Decides to do neither and goes for another Demonic Strike. Trying to get his opponent as low as possible. His game plan could be that he wants to mount such a board in coming turns with Daria that that burn damage will put him just where he can set up lethal. That said, a Queen Vampire will make it difficult, as Daria does not usually have very much leeway with board clear.
Right.
You're done for.
Going to evolve a Clay Golem, this reduces the cost of Piercing Rune. Continue to set up the 0-cost area. Blade Mage now also playable. His patience will be rewarded here, it seems.
With a bang and a boom.
The only scary thing being that this is 2/4 attack minions. Control Blood is really finding the leeway to mount a field as well as hold a lot of removal and healing.
He does have 2 Vampiric and a Wardrobe Raider.
Mhm.
There's a lot of 2/2s on the field, so he can definitely turn this around.
Very powerful hand that he's drawn off of Daria here. With an Ogre he can choose to play, decides to conserve it. Wary of Revelation, but his opponent has not drawn that.
Will he be playing the Matriarch? So I would additionally push him to 2. Nope, does not.
Besides, he wants to heal instead.
I'm lost? Isn't demonic armor
Wardrobe Raider also giving him a very clean clear on top of healing him.
Try this on for size.
Time to head home.
Decided to preserve his Righteous Devil instead of the other way around. It looks like
I'm just a mage
Sia
who's as old as dirt.
needs to just Evo, get the Ogler out. Probably play the Daria as well.
It's
Right.
knowledge I seek.
Being a zero-cost area, also giving him the chance to look for a piercing rune here, which would make this board cleared much more stomachable for him. He finds one.
Nice. And also Demonic Strike, so now he has a total of
It won't be long now.
9 damage.
Right.
Including with Blade Mage, that's 11.
Days.
He may have some suspicion about whether his opponent has drawn a revelation yet, as he has put him in Vengeance, I believe. Or maybe he healed. Well, he was in Vengeance last turn before he healed back to 12.
Right.
So how aggressively he decides to play here could determine whether he'll be able to find lethal in these next few turns.
You dare defy?
Surprised he didn't instead go face with that, because that would push him to lethal, allowing him to play out all the cards that he has in hand.
How class.
Oh,
Right.
well. That's about what, 9?
He's going to clear him here.
8. No, 8.
It's possible he paused for a moment thinking about whether or not he wanted to push him to Vengeance, but noticed that his opponent is going to be playing on 8 mana, well, 8 play points now anyway.
The battlefield's ours.
Alright. That actually pushes him to lethal.
Let us come clear.
With 6 burn damage in hand playable with a
The
Blade
spear of
Mage.
victories.
I think the other way around was to perhaps play the Vampiric, or the, actually that wouldn't give him anything.
Right. Vampiric wouldn't have solved the
Yeah.
board as much as I
Contract
did.
wouldn't have saved him either.
Atone with your
That's
lifeblood.
unfortunate. That was his only way out.
Your
Right.
strength is for me.
We can see a little bit of toll coming in from the weight of his late game.
Yep.
And both Bahamut was not of use this game, and the Temptress Vampires, although they promised him a little bit of salvation, he wasn't able to survive just long enough.
Yeah. So the win goes to Sia. So now we'll be seeing his forest.
We'll get to see how these elf releases play out.
Yep. Now question is Gengar going to go with his bats or his fairies?
As a decision he'll have to make, knowing that Controlled Blood is not perceived as a favorable matchup into an OTK Roach.
Right.
Or it doesn't really fill one with confidence either to be playing a Roach Mirror. It seems that he will be playing his Controlled Blood deck
Prepare
again.
for defeat.
Time for me to prove myself.
Go away, Bahamut, not this time.
Immediately throws it out.
Very defensive opening hand curve coming from Controlled Blood. Ever going first, the Wardrobe Raider not being the Bahamut coming back to him.
Hey, that hurts.
Sylvan Justice making short work of the Unica. However, that does convey to him that the one has been used up. His Vite may be safe to be played on curve here, but Dire Bond giving him another option.
Shed tears of joy.
Decides to
I've
play Vite
arrived.
instead.
Yeah.
His opponent not yet being able to evolve this Vite is much more likely to be able to make use of his Clash when there's just a one-attack minion on the opponent's board.
Not a lot of options happening for Sia at the moment.
Deciding to just cycle away the Glimmering Wings.
Yep.
trying to get the most value he can out of this fight. He will likely get both, take both of his points of health to get some bats on the board.
And Elven Princess is gonna give him 2-0 cost that allows him to save for
Me? Really?
The forest is crying for help.
future roaches to kill. We also see the elf girl Lisa, but don't think she'll be of any use at the moment.
Right. Control Blood will begin to draw into more options here, but at the time being, the threat of Elven Princess Mage on turn 4 going second, into Fortune Hunter Fina, and finishing perhaps either with some slew of fairies and Lisa or Cynthia is a lot of very potent aggressive options.
You will soon learn.
Try this on for size. Such negative magic.
Wardrobe Raider being the only real playable way to take back the board here. Now it looks like a toss-up option between using Sylvan Justice as efficient removal or going immediately into Fina and chooses the Justice. However, how he follows that Justice is not necessarily clear if he wants to take tempo immediately.
Hey, let's play.
His hand is not looking really
Here, everyone.
too good right now.
Commits one fairy, decides he can let Lisa go.
I guess the Queen Vampire will actually help out with the defense a little bit. He does manage to pick up that Revelation, which actually will probably help him in the future. But I doubt it anyways. He has all the heals he needs.
Yeah, Queen Vampire is able to mount 2 wards for him. And his opponent not having a Will of the Forest or anything like the hand, it does make it a bit more awkward to try to go for a Roach anytime soon.
Yeah.
Finds his first copy though.
Speaking of roaches.
It won't be long now. I'll blow you away.
Picks up another Goblin Mage, setting up this combo while getting rid of a ward.
Hey, let's
Now he just needs to play the waiting game until he's able to do 20 damage on turn 9.
Right. He understands that Control Blood probably won't be able to attack his face, as the fairy, or playing a fairy at all,
running away
will
is
threaten the death
okay.
of his only ward.
Let me ease your pain. You've gotta see me dance.
Protecting his ward by trading with his queen.
What he's probably most afraid of at this moment is, although he has a very strong curve into Temptress Vampires and Bahamut, knowing very well that a Forestcraft Roach OTK that is not under pressure can very easily just build up the resources it needs to deal enough damage to OTK someone from 20.
Here.
So even behind all this healing, he's not safe.
Dryads. Hey, let's play.
Especially when the hand count is looking still fairly large and he's playing rather slow cards.
With no cards other to play this turn than Revelation, it is also looking like the board he's built here is a little bit under scrutiny. However, this being 8 damage and not expecting much healing to come out of Roach,
That hurts.
he did have the option to go face Revelation and try to win in 2 turns with Vampire, but it looks like he's going to try to preserve this field advantage he has as much as he can.
Oh, come on.
With a Nature's Guidance and a Fairy Circle, this is a lot of potential damage, but without 3 Roaches in hand, it might not necessarily be 20. Most likely counting it now.
1, 2, fairy.
Beautiful,
Nope,
powerful,
he's not gonna
and
do it.
cute to boot.
Not yet.
Right. Does decide to put as much damage on face as possible though, knowing there's not a very high amount of immediate burst in Control Blood outside of Bloody Mary.
There is a Goblin Mount Demon.
Right.
This is
That
actually
is
gonna help him out.
going to be a very difficult ward for him to get over. However, it would be awkward to play that into his current field.
I think it would be best if he just end up killing the Fiona with those two and then played out the Goblin Demon mount. That way he doesn't have much of a way to get around that.
Right. It's likely he's thinking about whether, although this may look awkward to play the Goblin Mount Demon, it is much safer than this Temptress Vampire, who, true to her name, may be very tempting to play on curve and to heal up the damage he's taking.
Oh, it
decides
chooses
to go
do
for
that.
it.
Okay. Calling out that he might not have the Roach combo to kill him, putting up
Right,
pressure.
this is a very all-in situation here. I'm surprised he even commits to bringing him below 5 even with another Temptress Vampire in hand.
Yeah.
This is a very scary amount of damage as he has seen the Elven Princess Mage and one Tina played.
It's this lethal damage.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme!
Probably now figuring out how he wants to execute this.
They're picking on me!
Trading in the 1-drops, which will be able to increase the damage of the roaches either way.
Hey, let's play! Hey, let's play!
There's one roach coming in at 4. He has a Nature's Guidance in his hand that can summon another roach at 6. Then he'd be out of board space. He could trade in the Tina to play another roach at 7, but that's not actually lethal for him. In fact, he decides to trade out their roach. Not being a very versed OTK roach player myself, I didn't see whether or not he had exact lethal with that board in hand, but it looks like he's not going to go for it this turn. Plays a very hefty amount of his own resources. Very clean Bahamut, but decides to go for an Odin instead, just to get that, right. I forgot that he had dropped him to 3 health, in fact. So he had the option of either taking him out with Temptress Vampire to the face, or just Odining to attack him. Very rare that I actually see Control Blood take this matchup. Especially in such a way that does not play wards in the late game like that. They are moving on to their last game, however.
Yep. So the next match is Forest versus Forest. Mirror matches. Both of them playing OTK.
Time for me to prove myself.
Differences in the deck being Sia TL is still playing that playset of Elf Girl Lizas, which are absent from Gengar's list, who instead around the 3-drop area is playing a playset of Selwyn's Command.
Yep. Glimmering Wings into picking up a Rhinoceros, a second one in his hand, which means Fortune Hunter will be able to drag out a third. Although
Right.
no nature guidances or no way to get his 0-cost fairies yet.
Also a little bit of conflict of interest in his hand, as he has Tia for tempo, but drawing that together with such an aggressive hand to play out roaches with means he is probably going to have to choose to commit his resources to one or the other.
Yeah. Now with
And that
Tia,
being
it's usually used to go up against mirror matches versus other OTK roaches.
And both players seeing copies of Roach and Finas in both hands. basically both of their hands are showing them both a sword and a shield.
Yep.
Actually do not know very much about this mirror match.
It just depends on who goes first, and it's usually player 1 wins if they have this setup.
Right.
Other than that, it's also if the player is more aggressive as well.
Mm-hmm. Commits a roach already. Probably playing out this Nature's Guidance just to find more options here. An Ancient Elf going to be a strong one.
Beautiful, powerful, and cute to boot.
However, Fortune Hunter Fina being played first is going to be rough for him to deal with, as he could respond with his own, but it wouldn't take it out in a trade.
Ooh, sparkly
5
stuff.
damage not being something you want to just allow to happen to you. A lot of pressure being put by that buddy as well, even with an Elven Princess Mage, which this hand really wants. It's possible that he just wants to play out a Dance of Death here to just shield himself from this. And that aside, playing Elven Princess Mage would be difficult, with such a full hand already. Decides to go for a Tia.
Princess, you're done for. I'll dice you and freeze the pieces. Running away is
Would you have rather
okay.
used the Fortune instead of the Tia?
It may have been very difficult as this plays around much more damage.
Yeah.
Even though it is quite easy to answer this.
Beautiful, powerful, and cute to boot.
And he
But
does
seeing-
have an elf.
It won't be long now.
Mhm.
I'll blow you away.
It's a little bit unfortunate now knowing that Elf Child May is gonna kill him, the demon child.
I'm
sorry,
Tia.
And also in such an aggressive mirror matchup like this, where both decks run a very powerful OTK against the other. Actually, we're seeing these Goblin Mages picking up Lisa's running interference on the Roach combo.
Where's
is,
my roaches?
Now that I remember correctly, I believe this is actually the cited reason why a lot of decks recently haven't been playing Lisa anymore.
Yep.
Not because she herself has become a bad card, but merely just because interfering with Roach is a
Elder Tree.
not a very attractive feature of the card.
Yep.
He's going to clear the best he can, but 5 health from Fina really not easy to deal with while making tempo at the same time. No Nature's Guidance in hand, but one normal costed Goblin Mage. He has a lot of options here for how he wants to proceed with this hand.
Yeah.
The Lisa tech's not necessarily doing much in this matchup, as Will of the Forest and Sylvan Justice being the only 2 cards that inflict damage with an effect. But deciding that this is a very aggressive matchup, he can't allow too much damage to stay on board.
Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme.
Final. Oh, picks up all 3 Elf Girl Lisas.
And with
1
3 in
and
his
3.
hand, 2 play points left, decides he might as well play one anyway.
Yep. Which protects it from Elf Girl.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's play.
Looks like an Ancient Elf is going to be played. Fortunately, he won't be playing Elf Girl.
Right. Decides to
Expensive
throw in one of
roach.
his roaches, yeah.
Come on, let's play.
Plays a Mage just to make the Ancient Elf a little bit better. Ironically hits the Lisa, who smirks at it.
Force protector.
This ends here.
The journey continues.
Running away is okay.
Hefty Ancient Elf, but this Lisa will be able to trade into it if he decides to go for a Cynthia this turn. But there is more tempo to be found if he wants to try to go for a Tia either.
I will
But
stop.
Cynthia, well, this game he sees his opponent has been
Fate is thus.
struggling to deal with bodies of
Here,
this
everyone.
size. However, even with the protection of Lisa, this is looking like a good time to get this Dance of Death out of his hand.
Stop.
I'm the Force protector.
Plays the Ancient Elf with a low body on the side. It does protect him a little bit from a Roach combo, but
Hey, let's play.
this is where Tia tends to come in handy.
I'm here,
Manages to push 2 damage and has a very terrifying board now.
I lost.
Or decides to concede on that alone.
That's a little bit unfortunate. Gengar coming out so close. So now it's a tie game.
Going to be way too hard to clear a board like that. Neither does he run Will of the Forest, nor would it do anything with the Lee's attacks coming in.
So see a TL taking the game, even though it was a tie. Gengar coming out so close, yet the Elf Girl Lisa got him to win.
Able to put up so much pressure just with the tempo Fortune Hunter Fina's that he was really struggling to answer going second. 6 health just being such a huge body. Very tense mirror match for those 2 decks.
Alright, we're moving on to the next one.
Let's see what else is going on in round 6. We see Hysteria getting another 2-0 victory now with 18 points. Motoko doing very well as well.
Solix still up there. We have about 2 more rounds left, and the matches are going through pretty fast. And also on kind of almost on time. This tournament did ran on time as well, but we had to delay round 2 a little bit to get the stream started. I don't know if Crow.
Looks like Mistigan goes up by a bye. Other than that, there's not many matches left that haven't recorded their scores yet.
Yeah, it's taking quite a bit. Apparently we missed lethal damage on that turn during one of the tournament.
Right. I had a feeling that earlier game from the... If I'm right here, the OCK Roach versus Control Blood.
Yep.
The turn he had the Roaches in a very, very devastating setup.
Yep.
But he went into a Roach, into a Fairy, and then did not have the board space after that to get the damage he needed. Though he paused after playing the Fairy, it's possible the player himself realized it just afterwards. Maybe just due to mechanical error, he just played the wrong card first.
Yep.
Then being caught in that situation where what do I do now that I've missed lethal? It's been very difficult for him.
It looks like all of the matches are done, just rounds that need to input their scores and all that so we can go into round 7.
Looks so far like today that OTK Roach has been a very dominant deck to bring into tournaments.
For her right now.
Right.
Daria, it's always either Daria or OTK Roach as the popular combo pairing. Aside from that, the counter to it would be Sword and Control Blood. Seems like everyone is either running one side or the other. There isn't really a middle, and Dragon is pretty much non-existent at the moment.
Right. With people not seeing much luck with Dragon on ladder, it's not exactly a confident pick for a tournament either when you're only allowed to bring 2 decks.
Yes.
Dragon not exactly being a popular counter to anything other than winning.
Well, somebody actually mentioned doing the OTK Dragons with what's that 2-drop?
Wild Fang Dragon
Yes.
Newt, is it?
Yep, Wild Fang Dragon Newt. But to set that up, you would need at least turn 7 or 8.
Right,
pull
it's
it
a little
off.
bit of a heart of the cards combo as well,
Yeah.
as it's difficult to play a 2-drop into an Imperial Dragoon for 1 turn, and other than that, having to have a stacked deck such that you have a hand, an Altered Fate, and draw into another one. Takes a little bit of a miracle. Perhaps I'll start calling it Miracle Dragon.
That's what some people call it for OTK Roach as well, calling it Miracle Roaches.
Right.
Now we're just waiting on Lisk and Prudiden.
Something I'm noticing interesting about the tournament meta is where traditionally Dimension Shift decks are used to hard counter the existence of some other control decks we've seen, like Sword, Bloodcraft, and Haven.
Yep.
But I'm noticing it seems like OTK Roach is doing D-Shift's job in the tournament scene right now.
That seems to be the correct thing against control, because sometimes they can get around wards if they don't have it.
Mm-hmm.
So get
A lot of
around
players
that
run
and then
TA
just
as
go
well.
face.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly, we don't see a lot of aggro bloods anymore. It was in the first 2 tournaments, but not as much.
Right. As the entire metagame seems to have turned to pay attention to the introduction of such a powerful card as Daria.
Yep.
It seems everyone is determined to find a way to make decks work that survive such huge boards that Daria can put out. And so with all this anti-aggro teching, Aggro Blood, unable to find any new real tech cards in Rise of Bahamut and Urius, just as a deck begins to function much worse. Also noticing I haven't seen it brought to a tournament in quite a while.
Which one is that?
Aggro Blood.
Oh yeah. It looks like the game is just now finished. Trying to get it confirmed.
Mm-hmm. I'm noticing I don't think we've casted or found an aggro game yet. It's been mostly combo and control.
Alright, generated for number 7 so far, so we're almost done. We have Multico versus Hysteria, Jew Hobo versus Noir's Waifu, and I have a strong urge to watch Jew Hobo.
Right, and see what, with such a creative name, surely he's brought creative lists as well.
Sure.
Though it's very interesting to see Motoko versus Hysteria. They're 2 players with 18 points in the tournament as well.
Yep.
Let's see how these 2 are doing.
We'll get to see that on tomorrow, or not tomorrow, the round 8 to see who's the top players.
Right, if their performance stays as is.
Yep. Noir's Waifu versus Jew Hobo. So let's see what he has brought. We already know a bit about Noir, his Forest and Haven, or Forest
Actually
and
finding
Runecraft.
a little, right, we're finding a little bit of an unconventional list. We're seeing Control Sword alongside Nephthys Shadow. Once more.
Someone bringing shadows?
Yep.
Is this the new
Juhobo's
Gengar?
non-sword deck, right? And I'm used to, as we were talking about before, Shadowcraft really only finding space to play an aggro deck in this metagame. Very interesting to see how Nephthys would perform as a very grindy, value-based deck in such an aggressive combo meta. Nara's waifu being the player that did bring the OTK Roach alongside the Daria Rune. We're seeing the OTK Roach now. But their other decks aside, this looking like a matchup we've seen once before, theoretically favored for Sword here because of their high density of very difficult to deal with boards, two of which are sitting right in hand.
That, and also with Gino that can pretty much answer to anything without having to utilize Evo.
Mm-hmm. We can see that even now, as he has this option to clear this board if he wishes to.
In which he will do that.
Mm-hmm. He could choose to go face instead of taking these berries out. His board is prepared to deal with an Ancient Elf.
No fear.
Mm-hmm. And that is 5 damage. That is very important to Control Sword being a deck so centered around wanting to finish with the storm damage from Albert. Against a deck with no heals, 5 damage could be the equivalent of half his opponent's health. We're seeing Pompous Princess alongside Vanguard.
Oh, Vanguard, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting that...
Does he carry a Quick Player?
Actually, I think I misjudged this person's deck list. This is... Although there are a lot of Control Sword common techs in here, it ends its curve at 2 Fangblade Slayers. This is actually looking to be more along the lines of mid-range, yeah.
Yep. Except on the, except towards the slower side with the Fangblade, and not the early amount.
Mm-hmm.
So which means he'd be running about 6 1-drops, correct?
Yep, he is running the Quick Bladers and the Vanguards. But running such defensive cards as Whole Souled Swing, Geno, and Blitz Lancers, very interesting to see how this deck should function, as mid-range is an archetype thought commonly to be dead in this metagame.
The forest is crying for help. It won't be long now.
It's going to be difficult to deal with 2 Elven Princess mages, but Aurelia can single-handedly clear this. In fact, there was a little bit of a trickiness to that turn, in that he wanted to play out the second Elven Princess Mage, but unless he was willing to make a very inefficient trade with the remaining one, this Aurelia becomes untargetable.
Right.
Such negative magic. Such negative magic. Ah!
Sword player considers trading for a second, but that 2 damage is going to be important.
Hey, let's play.
It's gonna be playing out to drag out the Crystalia Tia.
Mm-hmm.
Away from here, intruder.
Tia also losing the body that she creates here.
Well, he can also Evo out one of the fairies to kill off the,
Oh, indeed, yeah.
I was naive.
guess he... Okay. So he
Choosing to
decides...
save it.
That makes a little sense. Although, I think I prefer if he had... maybe... used the Evo? Unless he's planning on just using it to OTK him on turn 8.
Right. Goblin Mage will secure him one of his roaches, but made a trade last time, both efficient and playing around Aurelia. However, he has a 3 health ward and a 6 health ward coming out to deal with, and 1 roach is not going to be enough for that. Not to mention that in 2 turns, assuming his opponent draws on Albert, he already knows he's in lethal range. Can commit these fairies to a Tia, however.
Away from here, intruder! You'll never get near the princess!
He does have a clear way to deal damage here with his opponent. This is not really a good time for Aurelia, who would show up just to die. But Tsubaki coming in with value, but not much speed.
The battlefield awaits!
Decides he's going to go for a Novice Trooper instead, evolving it as well.
Together, we're unstoppable.
Looks like he's going to use this to take care of the 6'4 body and set up a massive Aurelia on top of that.
I'm sorry, Tia.
Being untargetable, can't be destroyed by Dance of Death, so it looks like it's either way going to end up eating a lot of these tokens.
Fortunately, Sylvan isn't going to get much use.
Right. The creature himself being unable to target. However, he could hold that 0 cost in hand, which might come in handy. Decides not to use it either way. But that is something I haven't thought about before, that if a game goes far enough, that 0 cost Selwyn could be even more fuel for a Roach.
Because it's also a 0 cost, which you can do additional damage later.
We're seeing the Angelic Snipe in this deck list as well, for the same reason of not taking up board space. At 1 cost you can play for a combo, but we're seeing another ward come out here. With not much to do with this hand, he decides to play Tsubaki for tempo. If he draws Albert, that Tsubaki will set up lethal.
Gimme!
Or getting another Roach is trouble for Control Sword when he's been run so low on resources. His opponent is probably gauging whether or not he can set up lethal this or the next turn now.
No nature guidance in sight. He could do, let's see, 5, 6, 11 damage with Rhinoceros Roach if he can manage to put him under. Or at
Right.
which is right now.
Sends 2 his way.
2. 3.
Wouldn't.
Oh, he has enough.
Oh, with the
Nice.
Evolve, yeah, he has it. Very perceptive, as I myself
Very.
did not see that one.
You wouldn't. It won't be long now.
Hooray for Angelic Snipe.
An exemplary battle.
Noticing that this is mid-range sword, he does not have very reliable amounts of wards aside from his 2 Aurelias. No front guard general to block all of that out. So it's looking like that matchup, as favored as it is for Control Sword, as we've seen, looks like mid-range just was not prepared for it.
No. Not enough wards. Not enough Amelia. Does he run any?
Let's see, his... looks like he cut Amelia's so he could play 2 Genos and 3 Floral Fencers. And we did notice the Floral Fencer in his hand there. In the late game, the card really begins to suffer as a Goliath.
Yep.
I guess you're looking for a fight. You must die.
So he's gonna try that deck again. This time playing it into Daria Rune. So he has a lot to prove with this deck, as he's giving it a chance into both of the 2 most popular decks that you'll probably be seeing in these tournaments. Not a very strong opener for Daria Rune's side.
Lead the charge.
Magic Missile's not too bad.
Gets 2 spell boosts cycles. But we're noticing one slightly awkward thing about his curve here, is that playing a 1-drop and then having a whole soul swing on turn 2, usually unlikely to get the knight off of the whole soul swing.
Knowledge I seek.
Park is actually pretty good. Look at that. 3
Right.
spell boosted creatures going down.
Having to expend a Blitz Lancer just to get rid of the activator. There is a lot that Sword will have to be able to deal with coming up soon.
Yeah. This is actually looking pretty dangerous.
Right. Has a Floral Fencer coming up, but Daria Rune playing a Floral Fencer from its own hand.
Strength and beauty together. You're done for.
Well, he does have a lot of answer with this whole Soul Swing. He also has the Tsubaki, so perhaps he has to be a little bit more prepared. We
Tsubaki
also...
at the...
Go ahead.
No, sorry, just saying Tsubaki at the moment having no targets other than a Daria that's not in his hand.
He can be prepared for it, but nothing's being drawn is what I'm going to say.
Atone with your lifeblood.
So we also see that
You'll be riddled with blades.
Noir is actually not having a lot of good hands at the moment.
Or that was a very strong and aggressive evolve, giving him both the Piercing Rune and the Lichette.
My armor's been pierced.
Sword now knowing his opponent has no Daria, and it's not gonna get to play one for a while. But can he stabilize on the board that's out now is a question.
How
He
interesting.
can kill 2 minions with Wholesfold Swings this turn.
Your service. At your
Going to do
service.
so, leaving him with just a 4-4 that he can't evolve further.
It's going to have to end up passing Demonic,
Right, Demonic
Strike to do 7 damage.
It fits his game plan if he wants to continue to throw away the grinding game here of ever getting more cards than his opponent, as a Daria would be a dead draw here.
The battlefield awaits. It won't be long now.
We see him use the evolve on the Novice Trooper
Together
to
we're
take care of this one nuisance that's been doing damage to his face.
No, no.
At 6 health though, Daria's definitely not out of it quite yet. Especially if he...
Speaking of that,
Speaking of the Daria that is now in his hand.
You've gotta see me dance.
Going to be impossible to spell boost, have to play it next turn too, so that really is like skipping a draw for him.
yeah.
Looks like Sword is primed to take this with a board of very low attack minions.
It's like being killed with pin needles.
Just maybe
Guys,
this magic
maybe,
will
just
help.
maybe this magic will help, but not quite enough.
And this is looking lethal damage, almost.
It won't be long now.
He evolves it just to try to clear off the Unica so his opponent cannot heal any further.
Hey, that hurts.
If he top decks an Albert here, that will definitely give him exact lethal.
Blitz Lancer could actually help a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Clearing off the floor too, that way he can actually kill it. But next turn, Jew Hobo can actually start playing the Daria next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Is he gonna
And this
Evo?
Daria could swing this game very much.
Yep.
It's going to keep the Evo, not going to give him lethal. The Tsubaki is prepared to take this Daria, however. With 2 play points left, it's going to be very difficult for him to find 6 damage. Especially with no Evo for Levi, and not enough play points to do it anyway.
And the 2 things that you said
Right.
every time.
I'm actually from the future. I'm a couple time zones ahead. I've already seen all these games.
Apparently,
In mind's eye.
apparently, even though you see the same screen as I do,
Mm-hmm.
way to go.
Well, I suppose even if the Daria had drawn him 2 Blade Mages there, he was still short 2 damage.
Yep.
So interesting to see mid-range Sword able to take over a game. Even though Daria had a good opener, it wasn't able to refresh in time to deal with its board.
I guess you're looking for a fight. Mother, father, come on.
Here we are able to spectate a match with Nephthys Shadow and see how this fares versus Tempo Rune. Now, I have not ever played Nephthys Shadow, as I did not have the vials for it. But it's surely an exciting matchup, maybe a little bit stinted by the fact that he is going first. And Daria, having 2 in hand, unfortunate, but going second is usually a boon for it.
Right.
Couldn't do it after all.
So this Unica,
It's
not exactly
just-
the card you can answer immediately. Trying to find a way to get his minions on board.
Undying Resentment manages to kill it, playing the Bell Ringer.
Bell Ringer Angel, not a card I'm used to seeing in Nephthys either.
Is this a new card?
Right? I think this is the only meme that Shadowverse has had before cards like Hamza and Sector became popular.
Yeah. Ding, ring gong, ring gong.
However,
Especially
it
the
looks
commercials.
like... And the trailer, where they had a Bellringer Angel as the leader.
Oh yeah.
Like, dealing lethal damage with like a 10-12 Bellringer Angel.
Why did
Like,
they
when can I
implement
play that
this?
game,
I
right?
know.
Games, what are you doing? However, this hand not giving him shadows for Foul Tempest, and only having a Healing Angel aside, it looks like he's starting to brick a little bit on his own side here.
You're done for.
Bellringer Angel being useful in one of its own traditional ways of denying the opponent a trade. But he does find Nephthys. Now, whether he can survive long enough to get to the point that we can get value off it. Feathered Patroller. Another card I'm not used to seeing. However, not exactly holding the shadows he needs to get that effect off.
No. What it does is that it's a ward, which is a little weird for its stats, and it deals 2 damage to an enemy follower.
Seem to be working.
It seems to me that Cygames is very hesitant to print a 2-3 ward. A lot of classes have wards that cost about 3, and most of them, like Vite, White Paladin, all have a 3-2 stat block.
How interesting.
Unbelievable!
All 3 Darias in the same hand. If he chooses to reload now, it's gonna be his only one.
He's better make it count.
Right. For 2 minions going to hit the hay here, that will bring him to 4 shadows. His Foul Tempest not looking likely to be boosted, and even if he had it, it's not very much damage to the board here.
It'll work this time, maybe.
Looking very possible that the inability to clear this might decide his fate.
Here goes. Hey, that hurt.
Ooh, Foul Tempest. Using another one to clear out at least 2.
Right. Or this is a very difficult situation to play from. Still taking 10 damage. 12 with an evolution point. Opponent with the Levi
This
in
is
hand.
lethal. With Levy. And no piercing room, but
Right, no target for that, but he's more or less primed to take his opponent out just before he gets to the turn where he can play
3
the
Levi's.
Yep, all 3 Levi's. Well, 2 fighters and 1 Levi at this point.
I think this is pretty much BM, even though he knows that he has lethal. Almost. Just next turn he's gonna be killing it with the Piercing Rune and the Crimson Sorcery.
It unfortunate gets a Death's Breath, but as spectacular as this card is defensively, it doesn't look like it's going to give him the board he wants. As this just gives him a Piercing Rune target and he doesn't even need to attack his face again to beat him.
Oh, and he picks up the Demonic
There's a-
Strike. Well,
And he's now he's over lethal from hand by a little bit. Definitely the Nephthys deck looked very teched with a lot of healing and a lot of defensive early game cards, but just could not win in grinding value out.
yep. Nephthys control not doing too well at the moment. And good job for Hobo for making it far with his unconventional decks as well.
Right.
Taking 1 game away from Noir.
Also noticing from his deck list that we saw most of his early game cards that you're usually run in Nephthys, that summon liches and the like.
Yeah.
He decided to cut for more removal, so that his Nephthys was most likely to take out a Bellringer Angel, Kawi, and Mordecai. We didn't see any of that happen that game, unfortunately.
Alright, let's go ahead and see what other matches are going to be done. Solik taking out Goms with a 2-0. Is this the tournament where he shines?
Right. That's a battle between titans there. Solik and Goms both having played in tournaments for a very long time here.
Yep.
Solik now also up there with the gods of 18 points.
Now it also just depends on Motoko versus Hysteria. If Motoko manages to win against him,
Right. One of these two becomes the highest point earned player.
which means they will be playing against Solik the next turn, the next round. Guess we'll be watching that one.
Right.
So I'm gonna go ahead and sneak into Valerian versus Andy 96.
Right, Valorant and 96. Two players I don't think we watched yet.
We watched Valerian. This is
Oh,
a
I
tie
see.
game. This is on the point of view of Valerian.
Valorant taking aggro's sword. Let's see, Andy 96.
I guess you're looking for a fight. Time to get started.
Haven versus Blood.
Alright. So this is a control blood deck list. One that seems to run a pretty straightforward lineup. However, it does run one copy of Lucifer, which I do not remember seeing in other players' lists, and this being Daria Rune, looking like a very standard deck list. A single copy of Summon Ice Form. Once again, not gonna come very much in handy in this matchup.
Mainly reason is that Ice Form can be negated with Odin. And most of the time Daria do plays Ice Form either and Green Horde taking that value.
Right, first time I've actually seen Hungering Horde have its second effect be relevant. Playing Dire Bond and getting that reduced cost from the Diabolic Drain for some removal at the same time.
It's looking pretty dangerous, I would say.
Right.
I would actually put him to
Who's as old as dirt?
4
Right, he's
HP.
burning him down as much as he can. I've seen a lot of players so far trying to punish the play of Dire Bond by just wailing on their opponent with everything they have. Has not turned out well yet.
Oh, and it looks like our Blood is going to be slowly stabilizing.
Alright, Wardrobe Raider, clearing the board, healing, putting a body on.
I'm all
Just daring his opponent to try to deal 8 damage on 6 play points. Getting the Summon Ice Form out, mostly trying to protect his board here.
He does manage to pick up another Time-Worn Mage Levy, which allows him to get another Crimson
Right.
Sorcery.
A lot of healing in this hand, decides not to let a Daria live either way, just not going to deal with that one.
Although I guess that's fine. It does put him at under Vengeance. Angelic Snipe.
Right, playing the Angelic Snipe would guarantee that he goes back out of, well, that he heals up back to 10 and stays in Vengeance, so he's probably thinking about playing around that. Unfortunately, he has both of the Scholars for spell boost and nothing to show for it.
It's knowledge I seek.
You could try to evo the Time Worn as well, or maybe using it later for the next turn. See where his HP is at before bursting him down.
Alright, plays the Scholars, a Fighter and a 2-3. On 7 mana, however, and not being in Vengeance, dealing with these 2 minions at the same time, probably going to be another matter of just healing up. Vampire Kiss and a Healing Angel.
Love remedies all.
It looks like Control Blood is stabilized, and there's not another Daria coming anytime soon.
After all.
But he's found a target to spell boost, but Ogler not exactly putting in the work he might want here.
The other option is just a Dance of Death or Time Worn to evo and just clear it instead of going phase.
Even so, he must be aware his opponent's hand is pretty packed with the tools he needs to get back to full health should he desire to do so.
And also on turn 8, he can just clear out anything as he wishes.
Mm-hmm.
Temptress, oh man.
Temptress really going to just shut down all the burn damage that this Daria hand is really even capable of putting out. And
This
dealing with a
is-
5/5.
Dealing
to
with
be
the 5/5 Temptress body is just gonna be difficult for the Runecraft player to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Decides not to commit his minions, realizing minions really equate to him having drain targets. But Healing Angel's still coming out,
Sinners be purged.
and no longer fearing his opponent just allows this Righteous Devil to be played for tempo.
Bait's hand is not looking good because there's no spell to reduce it down unless he Evo the Levy.
Right, and not much stuff he could be looking for here.
I'm just a
No
mage
single card in
who's
there
as old
really
as dirt.
finding the power he needs when his opponent's not dropped low enough for burn damage.
It's just
Well,
like
that's
back in
one
the
of the
old
thing
days.
with Daria versus Control Blood matchups is that they tend to stabilize if you don't burst them down quick enough.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunate that these two minions could have been spell boosted a little bit, but probably is not going to make a difference in the long run.
Direbon, what a tease. Put him as low as
Alright.
4 HP and now look where he is.
I mean, he could
Offer your
obviously
life to
like
me.
wouldn't know, but he could play it for the end here. But anyway, Temptress Vampire coming out, back to 15
I'm
health.
all tuckered
Now he
out.
really unironically could play it if he wished to. However, it looks like he's just going to have to stake his future on this area here. No evolves to deal with a 5/5 body either.
No,
Gets
picks
a
up a
Fate's
0
Hand.
cost Fey hand.
Alright. Gets the 0 cost Blade Mage as well. 2 Piercing Runes, no evolves to use them with.
And that's one of the thing with Piercing Rune too. It's great when you're early game bursting damage with Piercing Rune. But
Mhm.
after your Evos is gone, it's just it's an unfavorable.
Watered down Dance of Death, really.
Yeah.
Time to head home.
Vampiric Kiss, the healing continues, and here's 2 wards. They're Piercing Rune targets, but that is an 8 mana removal for them.
It's gonna go ahead and decide to say, hey, I'm not gonna be slow anymore. I'm just gonna go
Yeah.
70 your face.
Unbelievable.
So no Angelic Barrage tech going to help him here.
Nope. Not a single one of them.
His opponent at his leisure to play whatever he
We
wants,
will meet
be it
again.
Bahamut or Dark Angel Olivia. No answers in this hand for either.
It's knowledge I seek.
However, his opponent does not quite yet have lethal. Even with Dark Angel Olivia, this board's only
Just
looking at
maybe
11
this
damage.
magic will help.
So continuing to answer these minions is probably a big deal.
Yep.
If he makes the read that his opponent likely has no efficient removal left, this Bahamut would give him a very threatening board to be put into.
After all.
Interestingly enough, he decides to trade.
Hmm.
I guess just to protect his health in case he does have some kind of burst damage.
Time to head home.
Right. Very possible that he's just looking to play another Clean Vampire.
How interesting.
Like so. Only card he could have played with that is Dire Bond, and not exactly the most appealing option.
Not at the moment, seemingly, that he has all the cards that he needs.
Hmm. The value of each draw of Daria only getting worse by the moment. Not looking like a lot of avenues of play here. You could Piercing Rune the wards and try to go face. There's no real vengeance threat anymore in his opponent's hand, though he doesn't know this.
Right.
But being able to mount a board that doesn't just get... the way Control Bud is playing this game so far, it looks like he's been just trading out and playing patiently, not needing to threaten lethal as soon as possible. knowing there's no real threat left that can kill him from the amount
Or-
of health he's attained.
Can BM his opponent because he only has 7
Right.
cards left.
He could just kind of do nothing and he could deck out. Very
Yeah.
likely he wouldn't lose in that situation either.
Pretty much. This is pretty much saying like, you know, I'm just gonna go ahead and take my time and like keep trading into his creature until he boards, he runs out of cards. That's why Dire Bond isn't played yet.
Just going to humiliate Dario in front of everyone. However, he did stabilize impressively this game. The effort to kill him through the Dire Bond also being unsuccessful this game.
When is Andy going? When is Valerian going to give up on this?
Blade is our future.
This
How
match is looking
interesting.
pretty.
It's grim. I don't imagine there's much good top tech here, with his opponent now also having lethal on board.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Alright, at this point he's decided, I don't care anymore. You can have your clay golem. I'm going face. Top
about
deck's into a
time.
fighter.
It's about time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gives it to him. No need to concede here.
Impressive.
All right.
Looks like you
No
want
No
BM,
BM with a respectful ending. He kills him off with his queen, and Andy takes to the next round.
Right. We're seeing that this attempt to punish the early play of Direbond by all-inning at the opponent's face as
Yeah.
aggressively as possible, not working out.
Yeah.
Even without Righteous Devil, he had very easy and efficient ways to stabilize his health and clear at the same time.
Alright, so let's see. Gengar currently plays at 22. Gom's at number 14. Yu at number 19. Ravens at number 8. And Dino T gone? Oh, he's out. Or is he not out? Or my mind's playing tricks on me.
He is under the did not finish.
Yep,
Header.
he is under. So he lost 3 times. That's okay. He is in the top 16 in C/OCE, because he didn't have any luck on this one.
Right.
Meanwhile, Solik is looking pretty good. Reaching...
Doing well. Yep.
I think this is his first top 16? I'm not entirely sure. I have to go ahead and check on all the rest of them.
Right. Doing well alongside Lord Hisu that we saw earlier, Noir his waifu.
Yep.
COTL, coming in strong with her
His or
ambiguous
her.
name. Right. His or her respective decks, and
Yep.
Hysteria on top as well.
Yep.
Otoko also there.
A lot of new top 16 players as well. Noticeably Corbo, Run the Table, Ju Hobo, Hello, CATL, Lord Hisu. Those are all new, and about the rest of the half are all veteran players. It's gonna be interesting for the top 16. Basically, is half of them being new and half of them being old.
Right.
See, we're gonna go ahead and check over Stolz versus Gazinger. We haven't seen Stolz in a while. And it looks like they're in a tie match as well. We'll be in watching his perspective of Stolz.
Alright, Stoll's bringing Bloodcraft and Swordcraft. Looking like Control Sword running front guards into Odin,
Prepare
Bahamut.
for defeat.
Is fighting
Very
and
similar
despair
lists to
all
what
you
we've already
know?
seen. And also running Controlled Blood. Very similar to other lists we've seen as well. Gazinger here, the player with the Wolfbolt OTK, alongside Stormhaven featuring Shrine Knight Maidens and Holy Mages. Stormhaven versus Control Blood, still a matchup I've only seen once, and that being in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
We see Control Blood opening. Quite the same as usual. With the Dire Bond, using his removal to keep his health high.
Yep.
However, I've not really seen how this deck tends to answer the main you. Seems like he just throws out an evolution point already with Righteous Devil to take care of it, knowing he doesn't have removal spells that are easy for him to just take out a minion with such an effect as main use. Loses a blood-hungry matriarch to overdraw. Unfortunate.
Yep.
But here is Holy Mage, one of the only ambush minions in this game, as most classes are only really given one. Already a 3-4. It's animated as well. Evolving it, getting that trait immediately.
It's interesting that he decided to bring that card in. Not many uses that.
This is the first time I've actually seen the card in tournament play, but Shrine Knight Maiden being the same. But it looks like this is a simple decision to Revelation this board with no other clean way to answer a board like that. He has another Shrine Knight Maiden ready in hand though.
This is a Stormhaven that we haven't seen in a while being played in this tournament.
Mm-hmm. I suppose another interesting thing about this matchup is Control Blood traditionally running the Bahamut's as part of its late game plan, other than just stabilizing. And against Stormhaven, there's actually something to consider about not playing Bahamut's onto certain boards. There is Stormhaven also struggling very much to put up pressure here and get its opponent to stay under 15. Iceblade Warfiend. Another anti-control tech it seems. Stabilizing, clearing, having an easy time of it.
The moon drives me crazy.
This is not a bad draw for Moon.
Right.
Getting the kill and pushing for 3 damage. Although, there's so many answers that Stoles can do right now.
Right, with the choice to ignore the Beastly Vow to play Bahamut anyway, and it looks like that's going to be his option.
I mean, it's just a Tiger, right?
Right. Even if it's 4 damage to face, he realizes even this board is easy to deal with, especially with another Revelation in hand.
Killing his own dragon and surviving it, he gets to do 13 damage to the face. Oh baby.
Right. Garuda not exactly with a target to pop either. All he can do is pray that his opponent who has removed his board every turn can't do it again. But another Iceblade Warfiend going to do that trick for him.
Yeah. And another 13 to the face.
Right. Bahamut just soloing him from full health there.
Stoles taking in that final win.
Right. Looking like that Stormhaven was heavily teched to deal with Runecraft in particular, but against Control Blood it looked like trying to play aggressively when your only real defensive techs are not going to make your minions immune to board clears.
Right.
Against a control deck that's so heavily focused on clearing the board. Not only was he not able to put him under the range that he needed, but also he never really kept minions on the board.
I kind of find that the card that he used that was on ambush interesting. It's very similar to how the shadow was for every death, but this one is
Right,
for every
Shadow Reaper.
amulet. I guess it could make some sense in Storm, so maybe next time I can actually experiment around that. Maybe it might be too slow or something.
Ambush is a very difficult thing for Runecraft to deal with as well.
Yeah.
Very uninteractive damage that you'd be throwing at them.
Yep.
However, it seemed that he needed to use it to take the board back with an evolution, so he couldn't see just how much leeway he could get out of Ambush as a mechanic.
Yep. Alright, seems like all the matches are clear and done. We'll be doing the final round, guys.
Hysteria, the current leader with 21 points, 7 wins.
Oh, round 7's not complete yet. It is not completed. Oh, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're actually going to be watching Noir is Waifu versus Hysteria, or Run the Table versus Motoko, Andy96 Cia TL, Solic SV versus Lord Hisu. Hysteria is currently 7-0. Solic, I'm surprised they didn't have him play against that, but I guess it's
Right.
random for the 6-1 players.
Perhaps we should see how Asteria has been doing as the leader of the current scoreboard.
Oh my god. I didn't know there was a lot of 5-2s. It's all stretches all the way down to 27.
Mhm.
Alright, well, we'll see who wins out of this. So we'll go ahead and watch, actually, you versus, Joe Hobo, because you is actually one of the champions, that is
Right.
in the tournament as well. And he hasn't had any spotlight just yet. And he's made it close to top 16. He just needs to win against Jew Hobo.
And UA running the only dimension shift I think we'll see so far.
We'll be watching the perspective of Jew Hobo.
We'll also get to see Juhobo try again with the Nephthys deck that we witnessed earlier.
Yes. It brought him this far. Maybe he'll be the first.
He has a lot to prove both for mid-range Sword and for Nephthys Shadow.
Yep.
However, both of which may not be ideal matchups to be bringing into a player who decided to bring D-Shift this time around.
Yep.
Nephthys traditionally not having much it can do versus that. Mid-range Sword we'll have to see, because I haven't really seen the mid-range versus D-Shift matchup in a very long time. But that aside from D-Shift, we have another very aggro-oriented seeming Rocho 2K. This one running Cynthia again, and also 2 copies of Wind God.
Surprisingly enough, while we were talking to one of the chat caught Crip sneaking a watch on this tournament. That was pretty interesting.
Maybe Kriparian studying this game in his own time for the time that he decides to stream it.
He did stream last night though. It should be relatively late for him, so he should be sleeping at the moment.
Right.
Perhaps spending time to watch what's going on. So it's good that some of the streamers that are, although sponsored, are having interest in this game.
Right, to see them show interest in the game outside of just being sponsored to play it, but actually be interested in the development of the metagame, is a bit promising for Shadowverse's future.
Currently waiting on you to get ready. Or UA, sorry.
Right, pronouncing that as you, that made me widen my eyes for a second. Oh, am I playing?
If you were in this tournament, what would you bring?
Well, with my current collection, I don't see myself getting far with either OTK Roach or Dairy Rune, as I've not actually played either since the expansion began. I've been doing most of my ladder testing with Control Sword. Having already the collection to build that would probably be one of my anti-meta choices.
Yep.
And aside from that, I actually climbed most of the way to Masters by playing Aggro Shadow. However, unsure about its reliability, I might also just play the Earthright version of Runecraft.
Like Dino T.
Right. It feels rewarding to play to me, so getting to see how it would fare in a tournament would be pretty satisfying, even if I didn't go far.
That Dino T didn't bring that back. Actually, he tried bringing in Daria.
many arguments to run Dario over every other rune thing in the moment when it comes to tournaments anyway.
Yep. Is you actually able to play this? Or is he dropping out? That's about 3 seconds. 2, 1. Looks like you might be dropping out of this.
This far in, unfortunate.
One of the matches that we were supposed to watch didn't happen. No.
Yikes. But, well, Juhobo does get to continue with his Nephthys and mid-range sword.
Well, you had a chance. Yue has a chance too. If he had beaten him, he actually might have gotten to top 16.
Right. Was looking like a very difficult matchup for him as well. Juhobo, I mean.
So, we're gonna go ahead and switch it up to Hysteria versus Noir's Raifu. Hopefully, we won't miss out on the match.
Alright, Hysteria having the most points at the moment. We can see the master at work.
Alright, both of them are 0-0. We're watching the perspective of Noir is Waifu once again versus Hysteria. Or Hysteria.
Alright, this looks like it's to be a mirror match of OTK Roach and Tempo Rune on each side.
First match going to Noir is Waifu. So these matches are going to go by pretty fast, mainly because we're a little bit behind.
Mm-hmm.
They're picking on me. Come on, let's play.
Looking like... I'm sorry, whose perspective were we watching this from again?
Noir is Waifu.
Right. Looking like Hysteria, opening with a very fortunate curve, going second into Elven Princess Mage and Fina. However, actually, now that I see what Nora's Waifu has drawn, looks like it's going to be a mirror on each side. Favors the person going second, though, being able to play both out by turn 5. Fun potential struggle he's going to have as the person playing first is not having a strong play on turn 4, not wanting to get rid of that Elven Princess Mage.
Right.
He seems to be thinking here if he wants to risk skipping turn 3 as well. He could play his Rhinoceroach, just as 1 damage. Decides not to. Probably finding it rough that skipping 2 turns in this mirror put him very far behind in tempo. However, turn 3 not looking particularly terrifying from Hysteria either. At most tempo, a raw Ancient Elf onto the board with no boosts.
Yeah, the only thing that he can play is just the Ancient Elf. Unless he wants to take the risk and play 1, or wait till he can play the Elven, but you know. I guess this is fine too.
No way to push any damage across that, and not an easy path of clearing it either.
He's gonna have to pass the turn. No Sylvan Justice. Most OTK Roaches runs them, but none in hand at the moment.
Right, running 3, but unfortunately could not find one here. Decides merely to play a Water Fairy and pass his second turn in a row almost.
Elven Princess is gonna most likely be played, allowing him to get 2 0-cost fairies.
The forest is crying for help.
And in the future, you could possibly do it on turn 5 as well. To have 4 0-cost and then 5 0-cost with a fortune.
Right.
Who needs that many 0-costs anyways? You're only supposed to have at least 3 or 4.
But he's in no rush in particular to get this very promising hand for an OTK going. Opponent really struggling to find any tempo. Even should he play a Fina here, he can only clear what the veteran Lancer that the Ancient Elf has become. However, he is struggling to find something to play outside of that. His other option is to play his own Elven Princess Mage, so that he can develop a fairy on the board as well.
Seems like chat is going at it between Hearthstones and Shadowverse.
Well, being two such similar games in terms of mechanics, it is a popular topic.
Yeah. It'll probably be a never-ending battle, just as much as Dota versus did I say Dodo? I meant Dota versus League of
Dodo
Legends.
is just as good. I think I called it that unironically at a point in my life as well.
Yeah, Dodo. Hopefully chat isn't triggered by that. Hopefully there aren't any Dota players.
Perhaps he's right now thinking about whether he wants to play that zero-cost Goblin Mage. He knows he's behind on board,
Yep.
and he's not done anything difficult to deal with here. Recognizing that he's not going to be the first player to get to his Roach despite going first is a tricky situation.
This is a lot of damage. You can also answer this with his own Fina.
Right. And these evolves having their tutors surviving the trades is threatening a lot of damage even outside of being an OTK.
Seems like Noirs is going to be behind, and it's actually looking kind of dangerous. Especially with a zero cost and Dance of Hand in hand. So even if he plays the Elven Princess to get the zero cost card, it's not
going ahead and
next turn.
Alright, he's going ahead and playing this Goblin Mage, recognizing he has board. His opponent most likely is not playing Will of the Forest. And the inability to clear here means, even outside of an OTK, he's just going to take a lot of damage from the board.
Guide me, Elder Tree. Such negative magic.
Where he's doing his best, spent both of his evolves now to get the setup on the Goblin Mage with the fairies. A lot of damage considering he also has a Nature's Guidance and is actually approaching 7 mana soon, or 7 play points soon. Once again, taking a moment to reflect on whether he can afford to keep these for damage.
Next turn might be his last.
He realizes that he's at 10 health, and that's outside of using an evolve point. However, he might also have observed at this point that his opponent has played out his zero-cost minions for tempo.
So he ends up passing it. Ooh,
Recognizing he has a
Guidance.
lot of damage in hand.
Yeah, this might be game. Major Guidance in hand.
Such negative
Right,
magic.
clearing with one fairy.
So let's see, that's 3 damage.
Don't hurt me.
Now come to think of it, 6 play points is a bit difficult to manage to find a lethal on.
Yeah.
You'd only be able to play 1 card before going into Roach, Nature's Roach, so that's not lethal quite yet.
But he can push for lethal.
Right, he can set it up next turn.
Oh, come on.
Major Guidance? There you go.
Well, with one more turn to go, we have to see whether or not 7 play points is enough for 19 damage. Not something I'm really familiar with, or used to seeing outside of using an evolve point. This is a lot of roaches and a lot of cheap cards though.
This should
Let's play.
be it.
Needs to conserve some room on board to make sure he gets both roaches off. Does not look like there's going to be a path for him to play all 3 this turn, should he choose to go for the Goblin Mage. Very possible he doesn't have it here, since he's out of room. Sylvan Justice gives him an option to use
I
with
mean,
his
this
7
is
mana.
for Nature Guidance, and then Roach.
Right.
That's 4, but that's not enough. He's gonna be off and lethal. That's, I believe, 7, 4, 6, 7.
I feel if he had played the Sylvan Justice before going for the Roach, Nature's Guidance into 2 Roaches, he would have had 5 into 7 and 8 there. Which would have been exactly 20 damage, unfortunately. He sees it now, anyway. But I think this only gives him
I'm lost.
4 into 6 and 7. Unfortunate for him. If he had waited just a little bit longer and thought about that Sylvan Justice, that would have been his game.
Hysteria taking the first match. You know what country that is from?
I'm not sure. I recognize Canada, but as an American, to be,
As an
honest, I see the right.
American.
As an American, I see the right flag, and it kind of looks like a smaller version of the American flag with the blue star and the red and white stripe.
This seems to be flag of Chile.
Chile.
That's a new one for me. Looks like they're getting ready to go in their second match, and we actually caught up to them too. So I guess they played slow enough for us to catch up. Huh.
Get on them. What nice. What good guys.
Right?
It's possible we'll be seeing D-Shift come out here.
Yep. Is it a D-Shift from Hysteria?
Yeah, Hysteria brought D-Shift, I think? Or am I wrong? No. I think that was actually the last people we were... Never mind. That was the last people we were about to spectate, but UA had the D-Shift and he ducked out.
I guess you're looking for a fight.
So we're just seeing Daria Rune versus OTK Roach here.
Yep. This is not bad of a starting hand for the Roach player.
However, this is a nightmare for Daria Rune to open a hand like this.
Not a single 1-drop or 2-drop or nothing to play for the next
Right.
turns. Does pick up a Conjure Golem, so that's not too bad.
Right. He's gonna have to draw a plan if he wants to have one.
Yes.
However, no follow-up on turn 2. No Ancient Elf Cheese happening to him here. He has a bit of time to find a way to spell boost and develop some presence onto the board in the next few turns.
Right.
Ooh, Clark being a really good draw here as well. Turns a bricked opener into a very smooth curve.
Yep.
No! Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme!
Runs Fate's Hand here, going to play the Clark with almost certainty. The only card he can play here.
Knowledge I seek.
Thinks about it, takes the trade. His minions are much bigger than the minions that Forestcraft is going to be able to play. Needs to preserve his life as well.
No!
Going face with the Goblin Mage, which could allude to wanting to play an Ancient Elf this turn, which would give him all 3 of his roaches. But not able to find a Elven Princess Mage to really set it up for him.
Is he willing to bring back the Goblin? That way he can get his 3rd Roach.
He must be hesitating because even playing a 3-4 ward here is not very impressive against a deck that's about to find a very explosive turn 4 evolution.
Mm-hmm.
With his hand also not prepared to mount anything for Tia, he's expecting to see a very huge loss in tempo soon.
Hey, let's play.
Decides to play a fairy,
Hey, let's play.
develops them from the fairy circle, wants to get one trade in into the golem perhaps. Another Clark into this hand, dropping the Ogler and the Blade Mage both into playable, and Daria being reduced down to 4.
You're done for.
Piercing Rune as well being able to come out this turn without interrupting the Blade Mage and the Ogler. So Clark looking like a Floral Fencer that summons a 3-4 and a 2-2 with Storm. And dealing 2 damage.
Mainly because he gets to Evo and use the Piercing Rune for that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing with Piercing Rune, is that if you have multiple copies of it, they all turn into a 1-drop, which allows to do very, what's a good word for it?
It allows for a lot of very swingy turn 4 blowouts if you're going second.
It just increases of burst for cheap, cheap cost.
Away from here, intruder.
Board looking like a nightmare. Going to try to clear it as best he can, but this is a lot of damage into a Daria reload.
I'll dice you and freeze the pieces.
So remember when we said it was a brick hand? Doesn't look too brick anymore, doesn't it?
Right. Getting a turn 2 Conjure Golem into 2 successive Clarks, the second of which being able to play down these cards. Unfortunate that he has to discard a Daria, but it's a very convincing lead he has here, probably doesn't matter.
It does pick up a Magic Missiles and a Dance of Death, so that's
Fate's
probably
Hand.
going to help him for the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is this? If he decides, he can just go all damage here if he wants to. 8, 9,
Right,
10,
there's very
11,
little
12,
risk.
12. Put him at a 2 up 2.
He could respect the damage that Roach might be building up in his hand. He does not have to, but
It won't be long
not exactly
now.
difficult to take care of a 6-3.
Maybe.
Or is that...
Is this gonna
No,
be
never
the
mind.
no respect? Put him at 2? Or put him at 1? Nope. It's gonna...
Magic Missile gonna throw a 2-2 in. Most likely, if he's got anything to consider here, it's whether he wants to let Tia survive.
It's a lot better
Decides
if he
to play
just
around
kill
it
it.
anyway.
Yep.
Right. No risk in killing it. 2 damage that he doesn't need with such a board here. And Chet is saying that Dota players also call it Dodo, so you're fine.
Come on, let's play.
Alright, Miracle May. Not exactly hitting the 1 min she could have gotten.
Lost.
Not exactly a way out of this situation either, but throwing it out just in case. Looks like Hysteria getting a 2-0 here.
Hysteria undefeated this deck.
Proving the strength of OTK Roach alongside Daria Rune.
This is the first time this player has been in our tournament. Or maybe a little bit unseen. Definitely gonna maybe perhaps ask him some questions to come in.
Right, it looks like with that Hysteria having the lead, Solek, Andes 96, also very impressive scoring, only 1 loss in each of them.
We're gonna go ahead and watch the remaining of turn 8 rounds, seeing how everything unfolds. We have Run the Table versus Motoko. See how far they're going in here.
they've reported that it's a tie game now, it seems.
Yep. Perspective of Motoko. With run the table. Ooh, looks like we caught them. We don't know which ones they're going into.
Right. Run the Table is here with the Seraph list running one copy of Prince of Darkness as well. On the side of that is a Daria Rune decklist. And Motoko submitting an OTK Roach deck alongside Control Blood. Oh, it looks like it's finished actually. I cannot interact with chat in real time as there is a 10-minute delay, but I see that I was wrong with having the call of him having lethal with playing Sylvan Justice first into playing 3 Roaches afterwards on 7 play points. Well, I'm gonna own up and say I was very wrong. NA education. Oh well. Woke up at 4:30 AM to cast. I'm proud of mistakes. We're human. It seems that most of Round 8's games are finishing up. Not sure where Richie has gone, as I am screen sharing with him to see what's. Oh,
I'm back.
welcome back, friend.
So, we're just gonna go ahead and switch it over to the other side. So this is the standing currently right now. We have Hysteria at 8-0, Solic SV at 7-0. Hopefully, this is his time to shine. And I want to mention too, like a lot of players who are very strong contenders at being #1 tend to fall off short in top 16. The amount of pressure in it is quite different when you do it in Swiss. We've seen it in Solic, we've seen it in Stoles, who is #1, and then straight up losing the entire thing. And then we have Andy96, same thing for him too. He went to top 16 here, and then just falling off short in top 16. We also have Lord Hisu, Ju, Hobo, who are new to the tournament, or at least new to me. Noir is waifu multiple times. He's been in here, I think, top 16 at least twice. Multico, rather new. Ravens 13, champion of the previous tournament, back at top 16. We have Sia TL, who's new. Stoles, also multiple times in top 16. Another strong contender, Lionfish Lover, also another strong contender from the first season. Although this is kind of his inconsistency going back and forth. We have Codex, who is a 6-0 as well, new to the tournament. We have Kyo at Fulminata, also he's not a new player, but he's been around for quite a while. I think this is the first time he went into top 16, so congrats to him. Ritoko and No Way Is Jay, also new to the play. Fortunately, Gengar was close. 6-2, but not a very strong tiebreaker. Falling a little bit short on that, mainly because the tiebreaker was at 54, which has a heavier point system than the tiebreaker, although he had less of a chance. We also see that Goms also ended up losing. So did you, or Yue. Also
so did
champions. Champions, but didn't make it out. Aside from that, tough luck. Death Runner was looking very strong in the first early several matches that we saw, but came off short. Very close. Also, Onion Cheap, Hadouken. Good try, guys. Aside from that, this looks like a pretty interesting top 16, half of which are new, half of which aren't new. So, hopefully it'll be good.
I'm looking forward to seeing how everyone fares.
Alright. So those of you who are watching, thank you guys so much. We're gonna go ahead and switch over to the caster cams. There you are. So first of all, thank you guys for watching the tournament for the Swiss rounds. Top 16 will be tomorrow with a lot of strong players and new players as well. Thank you, Mofu. I'm just gonna call you Mofu for coming in, especially last minute too, and waking up 3 o'clock in the morning. Or 5?
Okay. Don't make a hero out of me. It was 4:30. I slept in a little bit.
No, trust me. you were like the last minute of my search. But aside from that, do you have any mentions or anything you want to say?
I'd have to say, if anything, thank you to all of the friends that I've made, mostly through the community of Railgun's Discord. In particular, some players who've been showing up to the tournaments: Zelda and Doms, Foster, Donkey, a mod for a lot of streamers such as Solek. Without the support of these people, I don't think I would have had the courage to submit my application to become a caster or begin streaming myself either. So thank you to all you guys. It really means a lot. And of course, thank you to everyone who tunes into the Shadowverse tournaments, interested in the future and competitive scene of this game. It really means a lot to it as a growing game.
Nice. So in concluding, this is the lineup for tomorrow. So hopefully you guys will tune in. Unfortunately, we do have to start at 6 p.m. I know some of you guys did mention that 6 p.m. is a lot of struggle for a lot of EU players. Unfortunately, I cannot get around that until Side Games have given me the second account that has the spectator client, so I can have another person to do it at 3. But aside from that, this is as much as I can go, or it can go. I'm having a brain fart. Aside from that, thank you guys for watching. I hope